one tonight. So I'd like to call our May 26th council meeting to order. This is a regular business meeting. And tonight, as in the last several months, we are holding a virtual meeting in accordance with the electronics meeting statute, and that we have met all the requirements of that statute to be able to do this through electronic means. We hope that each of you will take time to view this on the government channel, the city's Facebook page, as well as on the city's YouTube page. And that would be great. So I would like to begin with introductions by the City Council. I am Vi Lyles, and I serve as mayor.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Julie Eisel. I serve as Mayor Pro Tem and at-large representative.
Hello, I'm Dimple Ajmera, at-large member.
Good evening, everyone. James Mitchell, City Council at Large.
Braxton Winston, Council Member at Large.
Happy Tuesday, Larkin Eggleston, District 1.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Good evening, this is Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Renee Johnson, District 4.
Good evening, everyone. District 5.
Mark Bakari, District 6.
District 7.
Thank you, everyone. We begin our meetings with an invocation that's meant to solemnize our proceedings. We understand that not every person practices a religious faith, and some people have no practicing at all of any faith of any sort. But we do this as a part of our ability to come together to make good decisions. Tonight, we are going to have the invocation given by Councilmember Ajmera. We'll follow the invocation with the Pledge of Allegiance, and Councilmember Winston will do the Pledge of Allegiance for us this evening. Councilmember Ajmera.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For tonight's invocation, I want to briefly talk about the world we live in. It's a world where we seem to be focused on the wrong things. In this world, a single tweet seems to provoke hysteria and rampant speculation. And at the end of the day, all it does is distract us from what we are here to do. We were elected to oversee the security and well-being of all Charlotteans. This past weekend, we had 6 people shot in a parking lot, and that should be our priority. We hired a new police chief last week, and I want Chief Jennings to know we are all behind him as he begins his work to make Charlotte a safer city. I'm looking forward to see what he does. Our city is also doing so much great work to help small businesses, homeowners, and renters through this pandemic. And we have task forces brainstorming every week to find creative ways to pull our city through this economic crisis. And those are the social media posts I want to read about. All other outside noise does us no good at all. Let's pray together for justice, peace, and guidance for our city and our residents. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Winston.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda are the consent items. And I'd like to ask, I don't think that we had, we'll do the public forum after the consent items. We have had, can you give me a minute? We have deferral of to June 22nd, 2 items, items 38 and items 40. So could I have a motion for all of the items 18 through 43 with the exclusion of 38 and 40?
Moved.
Have
Second.
a second? We have a second. Any discussion?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Mr. Attorney, do I have to do a roll call to the 6 again?
For any, yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately you do.
All right, we have to do roll call for 6, and then after that, I'll ask the remainder of folks to say yes. So let's start, Mr. Graham. This is a motion, if you'd say aye, Mr. Graham, or nay on the motion for the consent agenda.
Aye.
Ms. Watlington,
Aye.
Ms. Johnson,
Aye.
Mr. Newton,
Aye.
Mr. Bakari,
Aye.
Mr. Driggs.
Aye.
That's 6 yeses, and the remainder of you, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
That motion carries. Now we're going to go to our public forum. We have several speakers that would want to address us. We have 5 speakers tonight, and so I will recognize them. They will be on audio only. And you will have 3 minutes, and the clerk will keep a time, and you'll hear a buzzer to end your comments. And every comment you will hear back from the city manager staff, or you will get a response to your request or your comment. All right, the first item, first person that I have is Charis Blackman.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong person. The first person that I have is Don Thomas.
Perfect. Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Manager, Mr. Marcus Jones, our City Council persons. I first want to say thank you for your unwavering commitment to Charlotte, ensuring that it's a fair, just, and equitable community. My name is Don Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of My Brother's Keeper Charlotte Mecklenburg. And My Brother's Keeper Charlotte Mecklenburg is committed to improving outcomes for boys and young men of color by serving as backbone organization of a collective impact strategy. My Brother's Keeper will work to support policies and organizations that address persistent opportunity gaps and helps to ensure that all of Charlotte Mecklenburg's boys and young men of color have the opportunity to achieve. In our effort to make transformative outcomes for our boys and young men of color a reality, each of whom is critical to the collective success of Charlotte Mecklenburg, we understand the essentiality of a clear, comprehensive, and collaborative strategy which facilitates systems change that solidifies a brighter, more promising future for our boys and young men of color in our entire city, county, and region. As we look to lead a cross-sector city-county call to action focused on building safe and supportive systems for our boys and young men of color, MBK has resolved it in ourselves that this is not an anecdotal exercise, but a vision-driven, data-informed process structure that embodies the intersectionality of belonging, wealth, and well-being. My Brother's Keeper has created a systems approach framework that facilitates collective impact through collective action. This approach takes into account the capacity building, research and learning, practical application, and community building. Our approach takes seriously the dynamic relationships between systems, structures, and individuals. Our framework is targeted in its strategies, yet universal in its goal, which is why identifying key levers and strategic interventions was a priority. The impetus of this framework is rooted in the necessity of a racial equity lens and seeks to destroy the power structures that have had devastating impact on Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities for centuries. This pathway forward recognizes that in order to make transformation, we must challenge the historical and current context that impedes the actualization of purpose. In other words, our collective impact model takes into account a root cause analysis, as well as understand the need for a results-based accountability structure that allows us to adapt to the circularity of community and simultaneously be purposeful in achieving desired outcomes for our Black and Brown boys and their families. Your investment in our collective impact framework and your resourcing of My Brother's Keeper implementation plan will, without question, have an indelible impact on the lives of thousands of boys and young men of color here in Charlotte Mecklenburg. It is our ambitious goal to ensure that every Black and Brown young man born in Charlotte has everything they need to fulfill their purpose without systemic, institutional, or organizational impediment. And in order to make this a reality, we need all hands on deck. I thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. We look forward to our budget workshop tomorrow, where we will have discussions around all of our
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council members and Mayor Lyles. I'm Meg Fensel, the Program Director at Sustain Charlotte, and I'm addressing you today to voice support for the recent bus and bike lane pilot on 4th Street between McDowell Street and the Charlotte Transportation Center that CAT CEO John Lewis reported 76% of Charlotte commuters get to work. But it's a formula that just won't work in a city with a population growing as fast as ours. The 4th Street bus and bike lane pilot project demonstrated that on-time arrival of buses to the CTC improved, bus operators liked the lane, and cyclists felt more comfortable in the lane. And although traffic is right now, as many people are still working from home, we know that those volumes will pick up again. And as the economy recovers, we need that recovery to be as equitable as possible. For an individual who may have lost months of income and now needs to find a new job, perhaps in a different part of town, perhaps no longer able to afford a car, public transit can be a lifeline to opportunity. As a bus rider myself, I can tell you there's a big difference between a 1-hour ride and a 30-minute ride. Bus prioritization is an important part of CATS's Envision My Ride initiative because innovations like bus and bike-only lanes, transit signal priority, and queue jumpers will enhance the speed and reliability of the bus network. So it's not just about getting more buses on the road. If they're getting stuck in traffic, then transit begins to lose its appeal as an efficient transportation choice. The speed, reliability, and frequency of buses are all factors that depend on buses not getting stuck in traffic. And as you're well aware, many of the thoroughfares that have major bus routes on them have become increasingly congested in recent years. The schedule delays that have resulted in bus trip times getting longer and longer will only get worse as our population grows and more people bring their cars and less action is taken to prioritize buses. We urge you to support the continued study of additional transit corridors that are in need of bus prioritization and to make bold decisions that keep bus riders moving quickly to their jobs, homes, schools, and other daily destinations. As the city works to create a strategic mobility plan, it will be important to include strategies for making transit an appealing, viable daily transportation choice. More people riding transit, combined with a move towards adoption of battery electric buses, will help the city to reach its greenhouse gas reduction goals set forth in the Strategic Energy Action Plan. And finally, a note on funding. As you work on the budget, we're excited to see that many of the projects in the proposed budget include bike and pedestrian elements. We also ask you to fully fund implementation of the Charlotte Bikes Plan at the level of $4 million per year to help build an all-ages, all-ability bike network. Thanks for your commitment to planning for Charlotte's future transportation needs while also being responsive to the present crisis with fast and adaptive action. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Fensel. We really appreciate your advocacy around mobility and look forward to working with you on a number of these projects. The next speaker is Matthew Januzza. Mr.
Hey,
Januzza.
good afternoon. Janazzo, it's a little bit of a tough last name there. So thank you very much. So first off, I want to start off on a lighter note and just say that I'm very jealous of Mr. Bakari's setup that he's got on his video conferencing. It's phenomenal. So just wanted to start off on a lighter note. And thank you all for being here. I truly commend you guys. What you guys are going through is very tough in this current environment, and I don't think you guys get enough recognition for the efforts that you're putting forth. So my name is Matthew Janazzo. I'm just coming here as a concerned member. I wasn't sure where to go with this topic around kind of the reopening through the phases. I wanted to discuss kind of at a larger level what we're opening and what we're trying to get opened. As you may know, we're currently in phase 2, moving towards phase 3, and we've really looked toward more vanity items than mental health. I have several friends in the community who own dance studios, gymnastics studios, yoga studios, and so on, that really support our community at a tremendous level and that are some of the core businesses and small business within our community. As you know, in these last few weeks, we've had a tremendous increase in child abuse and domestic abuse, and sometimes these are the only outlets for either children or people in these situations to get out. I know this is more of a state level issue, but as we move forward, I just urge you guys to discuss what these smaller business openings look like in comparison to some of the larger gyms. I really look for you guys to be the voice for these small businesses, for you guys to be the voice for these small businesses, and help us differentiate what these gymnastics, yoga studios, and dance studios really look like and how they positively impact the community. That's all I had for you guys. And again, I just wanted to say thank you for all your support through this tough time. And we greatly appreciate what you're doing for the Charlotte community overall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Janaza. We will relay this information to our policy group, which are made up of many of the professionals in our community, including the public health director. We'll pass your comments on as well. Our next speaker is Sebastian Feluca.
Hi, Sebastian Fetzelak, thank you. So I'm actually here, I work with a number of our labor organizations kind of across the state of North Carolina. I'm currently working with the Iron Workers and previously worked with the Federation of Labor. I'm kind of here in support of our brothers at the airport, a number of our colleagues that work for HMS Host, employees who are, many of whom are furloughed, among many at the other workers at other companies at the airport. And one of the concerns is that the city currently has a number of commissions or task forces working on finding ways to support different businesses during a COVID situation, as many folks have become unemployed and so on. And so one of the concerns is that there has been a recommendation from the airport task force for a number of subsidies, including for a company, HMS Host, with who one of our labor organization represents many of our colleagues at Unite Here workers, many of the culinary workers at the airport. These individuals may be losing their health care insurance on May 30th. And during this time, this is kind of a very tough time to lose those kind of benefits by the company. And considering that the company and many others are about to receive these subsidies and possibly funding in different ways, we're really concerned that this doesn't come with some sort of condition to make sure that these workers do retain those benefits and other other promises to make sure that they do have that sort of support during this time. But one of my other biggest concerns is, I've worked with many city council members here in the past, and I know that worker issues are very tough to work on in North Carolina. And I found it rather kind of unacceptable to, when I reviewed the airport commission discussion, we have over 7 unions representing thousands of workers at the airport, many who have been affected and have been laid off or furloughed. However, none of those organizations were represented at the commission, at the discussion. Therefore, I feel like the recommendations that are coming out of these committees to support the workers that are being affected are not enough. It's very concerning. I think that it's absolutely unacceptable to have these kind of broad discussions and not include the workers themselves to speak on these issues. And therefore, I do think that it kind of puts a lack of effort by maybe the city or maybe by the airport committee specifically in finding innovative solutions to make sure that the workers who are affected do get some sort of support during this time. I think it's unacceptable that companies are dropping healthcare coverage for workers at the airport who are, many of whom, already working minimum wage jobs and will have to transfer over to an expensive COBRA system or payments, while some companies or some concessionaires may be receiving these subsidies. So I really, hope that the council can come to a discussion.
We will.
Thank you.
I would thank you very much for your remarks. Our next speaker is Ian Funderburg. Mr. Funderburg, thanks for calling us from Gastonia. Mr.
Thank you.
Funderburg?
I used to be a Charlotte resident a month ago.
Well,
yes, sir.
I
yes,
can
ma'am.
understand. Gastonia has a great mayor. I can understand why you would want to live there.
Well, the timing was right. But listen, I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. I would like to echo Mr. Feckerlach's sentiments. I actually belong to a flight attendant union locally here in Charlotte. And I come into contact with many of these employees at HMS Host as well as LSG Sky Chefs who are represented by Unite here. And it was brought to my attention about the fact that they would be kicked off of their health care insurance as of May 30th. And as someone who directly benefits from the services that HMS Host provides, I had to speak out against their decision to do this to their employees. I would echo Mr. Beckerlack's sentiments that if HMS Hosts is to receive any subsidies, that it be required to provide and continue providing health insurance to their workers. And I also understand that the City Council has the power to place a condition on those subsidies requiring the company to do so. It wouldn't interfere with any of their existing contracts, and I'm aware that City Council is able to do this on a regular basis with other companies such as Chiquita and Honeywell, both of whom require a minimum number of employees. In both instances, the subsidies to those companies are lawfully dictated by those private employee contracts. And I'd like not to forget that HMS Host is an international corporation that receives more than 3.5 billion, or I'm sorry, that has an annual sales of more than 3.5 billion. And so it can afford to maintain the health insurance. I'm also wanting to see that the Airport Task Force reconsiders these recommendations, and again, considers these conditions before doling out any subsidies, especially since 80% of HMS Host employees are now being furloughed. So again, I thank you for letting me speak tonight, and I hope that the City Council will continue to do the right thing for employees such as those at HMS Host affected by this pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. William Volz.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm honored and privileged to be speaking this evening. My name is William Volz. I've been working at Charlotte Douglas Airport for HMS Host for 12 years as the warehouse supervisor, and I've been a resident of Charlotte my entire life. And since this pandemic has started, I've continued working at the airport, range of hours between 18 and 35, and I'm in fear of losing my health care in the next week. So I implore upon Charlotte and the City Council to go to Host and say, look, we want Host to be a substantial company, and we're not denying them to get the subsidies. We're just asking that you condition those subsidies on them continuing our health care, because the Charlotte Douglas Airport, it does $24 billion each year towards the economy, the local economy. And also, as we work every day, as I work, I come in contact with hundreds of people, employees and passengers, and to be putting our health at risk every day, and to be in fear that we're getting ready to lose our health care is unacceptable. And we just ask that you stand by. Host has hundreds of millions of dollars in cash in the bank, so they can afford to continue our health care. And to ask for these conditions, these subsidies, which is in the task force meeting was told that it's unlawful, which it's not unlawful. It's allowed, and the City Council does it every day, allows companies and entices companies to come to Charlotte and puts conditions on them coming to Charlotte and their hiring practices and paying out practices. So I'm just asking that you as elected officials, y'all stand by the people. And as Mr. Edgelton and Mr. Newton and Ms. Watlington did in the task force meeting, they stood up for us, and we asked that you guys join with them.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Volz. I completely hear what you're saying and appreciate you coming. Thank you. We have another speaker, Tara Jo Williamson. Ms. Williamson.
Hello. Thank you, councilmen and women, for hearing us this evening. I'm also with HMS Host. I worked there for 13 years as well. As you can tell, there's now rage over the HMS Host employees losing their benefits. I find it kind of redundant to continue to go over the facts as far as, what's going to happen amidst that. So I'm a union steward, and I get phone calls day in and day out from people, just explaining their fears and their worries. And I just want to share some of those stories with you. I have a couple of coworkers. Some of you may have, heard my testimony already about 2 coworkers that meant a lot to me. And they were diagnosed with terminal illnesses. I recount their last days. They were working through their pain to simply live, maintain their much-needed insurance. I just imagine if they were here today, same scenario, but now in the midst of a global pandemic, finding out that the company that they have been so loyal to was abruptly kicking them off of their insurance, and they would now have to choose between basic necessities like food or housing or private insurance, because having both is not an option for those already living paycheck to paycheck. And I could give examples that go on and on. As it stands now, with the task force vote, HMS Host, mind you, as you've heard, annual sales over $3.5 billion, is going to receive these subsidies, granting them tremendous corporate relief, and it's going to kick over 700 furloughed employees off of their insurance.
Thank you very much, Ms. Williamson. We are going to discuss this item, the aviation report that you've addressed later in the meeting. I believe it's agenda item number 10. But if you would like to, we would like to make sure that this is brought to our attention. This is something that I think there's a song a long time ago that change is going to come. At some point, we have to really look and make sure people can live, make enough money to live in this place. And I understand clearly what Sky Chef has been doing. So we'll have a conversation about this. I hope that at some point we'll be able to make some changes. I'm not sure when that will happen, but we will talk further about that. So I want to just alert other speakers waiting that if you've signed up for an item that's later on our agenda, please hold on. We will come back to you so that you can be called on to speak. And I believe the remaining speakers are on item 12, and there, I think, are 12 speakers, and each speaker will have 2 minutes. So if you've written your remarks, you might have a chance to practice their timing for 2 minutes for that item on our agenda. So with that, we have several public hearings that we need to have opened and make sure. Thank you. Thank you. We do not have any speakers signed up for this one. So again, I'm going to ask the council to allow me to get 6 votes, and then the remainder of everyone can say yes because of the roll call of this requirement that we have now. So the first one is the public hearing on a resolution to close an unopened portion of the alleyway between Burtonley Avenue and Millbrook Road. Do I have a motion to open and close the public hearing?
So move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All right, with hearing no discussion, Ms. Iselt, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. Esmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And the remaining council members say yes, please?
Yes.
Yes, please.
That
Yes,
hearing
please.
has been held. Thank you. Agenda item number 6 is a public hearing on Greer Meadows area voluntary annexation. Do I have a motion to open and close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, all in favor, Miss Watlington,
Yes.
Miss Johnson,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Miss Ajmira? Miss Ajmira? All in
Yes.
favor, say yes. The remaining
Yes.
councilors, yes. The next item is agenda item number 7, a public hearing on Old Moores Chapel North Area Voluntary Annexation. Do I have a motion to open and close?
So moved. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Miss Ajmira?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
All the remaining council, please say yes or no.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The next item is the Stony Green, a public hearing on Stony Green Area Voluntary Annexation. Do you have a motion to open and close the hearing?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Second, any discussion? All in favor? I'm sorry, I can't say that. All right, motion, Mr. Graham?
So moved.
No, I
Yes.
need a yes.
Yes.
Miss Watlington?
Yes, indeed.
Miss Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
All of the remaining council say aye.
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 Okay, the next item on our agenda is the closed session. I need a motion to go into closed session to consult with the city attorney and preserve the attorney-client privilege pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318, 11A3. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Second? Do I have to take a roll call vote? Yes, I have to take a roll call vote. Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Miss Ajmira?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
The remaining council say aye.
Yes.
Thank you.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so now we're going to go into closed session. Understand we're back. We're going to get this slide down. Is everybody back? The City Council meeting for the 26th, we had a closed session, and now we're coming back to look at our agenda. For the council, the manager will not have any other reports. You've got your 30-day report that was emailed to you, and we're going to go straight to item 10 with the Community Recovery Task Force report outs from each of the task forces, and then we will go to item 12, which is the appropriation of the ordinance adoption, and we have speakers to look to as a part of the Recovery Task Force report. So with that, I'd like to actually ask Mr. Driggs to review the Airport Task Force recommendations.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Air Force Task Force consisted of 11 members, 3 council members, in addition to myself, Larkin Eggleston, Matt Newton, and Victoria Watlington. Our citizen members were Seth Bennett, SVP of Consumer Engagement for Hornet Sports and Entertainment, Rachel Gethers, CEO of Gethers Enterprises, Lucia Zapata Smith, CEO of Metro Landmarks, Yolanda Johnson, CEO of SB&J Enterprises, Dennis Harris, retired commercial airline pilot and 5-time captain representative for the Airline Pilots Association, pilots in the CLT domicile, Robert Stoltz, managing partner of Sunbury Capital LLC, and Aaron King Sweeney, an aviation lawyer. I'd particularly like to thank Brent Cagle, Haley Gentry, and Angela Maynard on the staff for the work they did in the preparation of this recommendation, and also the participation by AA, American Airlines, Deck Lee, Mike Minerva, Tracy Montross, Paradis Lagardère, Greg Paradis, Renee, HMM's host, Daryl Benton, and Steve Johnson. So thank you all so much for your contributions to this effort. The task force met a total of 5 times. In the first meeting, we got a briefing by the Aviation Department about the contractual relationships among the principal parties operating at the airport and the economics of the airport. In the second meeting, we talked to concessionaires and sub-concessionaires about the special situation that they're in. The third meeting was devoted to talking to American Airlines on behalf of airlines operating at the airport. And in the fourth meeting, we had an aviation overview and concession recap, the conversation that allowed us to draft the report, which was then adopted in the next meeting. I'll just highlight some of the provisions of the recommendations. The Aviation Department, for one, is going to utilize North Carolina Investment Improvement Program and Federal CARES Act funds to meet essentially its own financial obligations. So those funds are principally for the purpose of ensuring the financial solvency and ability to operate of the airport itself. They will allocate approximately $50 million of remaining stimulus funds to offset the Aviation Department's fiscal 2021 operating and maintenance expense, which will enable the Aviation Department to avoid a reduction in staff and maintain its industry-leading low cost per plane passenger. A second point, the Aviation Department will provide airport tenant employees access to a transit pass at no cost in fiscal year 2021, which becomes relevant again because CATS has started to charge for ridership on its buses and trains. We'll provide airport concessionaires with terminal services as defined in their contracts, including pest control and trash removal, at no cost to the concessionaire during 2021. And I'm just highlighting a few things here. Directly fund a public information campaign to the extent permitted by the FAA revenue use policy that will support the airport and its tenants during the COVID-19 recovery and inform the traveling public of the safety measures in place to help or stop or limit the spread of COVID-19. The airport will also continue to work with both prime concession contract holders and their sub-concessionaire partners to provide rent relief where feasible legally, operationally, and financially. Current items under consideration include continue to allow concessionaires to determine operating hours throughout the COVID-19 crisis and recovery, with the understanding that the concessionaires will need to provide the Aviation Department with a reopening plan for review and approval, waive annual certified audit requirements for 2020, and allow concessionaires to submit annual statements that their CFO or CEO is certified as accurate, adjust annual revenue guarantees, which are a key provision in their contracts. So there's a minimum annual guarantee. That number is being adjusted in negotiation. Provide concessionaires payment flexibility for the fiscal year 2020 profit share settlement, and allow HMS hosts and parodies to defer fixed space rental payments for the period of July 1, 2020 through December 30, 2020. In addition to these recommendations, the task force further recommends to City Council that the city take the following actions. Where possible, provide local businesses, including small local sub-concessionaires, information on and access to other City of Charlotte small business support programs. And I would just comment on that. We studied the situation of a lot of people who work at the airport or who do business at the airport. And in fact, there are something like 690 organizations whose employees have badges to work at the airport. And in looking at them, it was very difficult to identify ownership structures, who was local, who wasn't local, what the real size of the business was, and how much of it was actually conducted at the airport. So the feeling was that the best way to serve the businesses that are eligible is to refer them to the small business relief program that the city is offering separately. Where possible, provide small businesses information related to other federal or state level business support programs that they may be able to access. Express support for the North Carolina Airport Improvement Program, and recommend that the FAA develop a consistent set of COVID-19 guidelines and rules for airports so that there is uniformity among airports. These recommendations will enable the Aviation Department to address the additional funding needs required due to COVID-19, protect bondholders, and thereby protect the city's AA airport credit rating, maintain CLT's industry-leading low CPE, and give cost per plane passenger, give airport stakeholders the relief and support that they need during the crisis and recovery period. Taken together, these recommendations will provide airport concessionaires an estimated $7 million in rent relief and program support through fiscal year 2021. Due to the uncertainty around the speed of recovery, these numbers do not reflect any estimated amount of rent deferrals or rent abatement for 2021. However, the Aviation Department is certain that both HMS hosts and parodies and their subconcessionaires will be entitled to rent relief in 2021. So those are the outlines of the recommendation. I did want to address also some of the comments that were made by speakers this evening related to health benefits for employees of certain operators at the airport. For one, the relationships between those companies and their employees are governed by national labor contracts, and those have provisions in them that actually did provide for a continuation of health benefits from a pre-funded source. There was a fund that they had established to allow health benefits to continue, and at some point the money in that fund is exhausted. The companies themselves have experienced drops in revenue of up to 85%, and it's very difficult for us in the course of trying to protect businesses to impose on them extra costs that could be comparable to the benefit of the rent relief and the other measures that are being taken to give them a break. And I think there are, in fact, many employees in Charlotte outside of the airport who are confronting the same challenges about health insurance. And there's no question those are serious challenges. But to try to kind of solve that problem in the context of this task force work seemed like a bit of a can of worms, frankly. And we were advised during the meeting by counsel for the airport that there were definite legal questions about attaching conditions on labor relations to the kinds of support that are being conceded. But most of what the airport has done is basically negotiate with its contract counterparties in the context of their current contract for some extra relief or to bend as much as possible to give concessions. There isn't really a huge handout as such going on. It's just a question of trying to keep those companies alive, frankly, because they are facing, regardless of their $3.5 billion in revenues, they're facing the same challenges everywhere. And even big companies can fail. So I think the majority view of the task force in a vote that we took was that trying to address those concerns in the context of the work of this group was beyond our scope, frankly. And that's why you don't see it addressed in here. And I do believe that we would probably create more problems than we would solve if we tried to fix it. So that's the quick overview. If any of my council colleagues in the working group would like to add a comment, I'd be happy to hear it.
All right, can we get the screen back up and so I can see who's who? All right. So the first person, Council Member Ajmira, you have a question or a comment? Yes. I see you, Mr. Newton.
Yes, I have a question. How was the task force members selected for this committee?
They were selected based on subject matter expertise. So I read their affiliations at the beginning, and they are either, two of them are actual sub-concessionaires at the airport. We have somebody who was a pilot and has that perspective of the airlines. Robert Stoltz actually has personal history in negotiating with the airport. Aaron King Sweeney is an aviation lawyer. And Seth Bennett of the Hornets is somebody that has expertise about concessions and how they work because of the concessions that are inherent in his business. So everybody that was on there was actually able to make a useful and informed contribution.
So was it selected by you, or were they selected by the task force committee?
I had recommendations from members. I think the only one of those that I actually came up with myself was Mr. Harris, and otherwise I invited the other ones. Also, Miss Griffith is the CEO of Metric Landmark. She was part of it too, because she has a lot of clients at the airport. But most of these were actually recommendations I received from others as to people who are knowledgeable in this space in which we were going to be working. And it proved that they were able to make very useful contributions.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. This brings back to the concern that was raised earlier at the public forum by labor unions. Why were they not part of this conversation? There are many employees that work at the airport, and I know they expressed concerns around being left out of this discussion, and they were not at the table when these conversations were taking place.
Well, for one, I was approached by a representative of United here who communicated some of their concerns to me, and I asked her to kind of write up their issues and offered to have them included in a conversation and in a meeting in which she would be able to participate. I never heard back, so basically the only input I got on these issues was from an individual, Mr. Mora, and he, I think, represents one of the locals, but in my mind was not a representative of all of the people who are affected by this. So there was some dialogue, and I just was not able to incorporate the appropriate spokesperson for all of those workers into our conversations.
We can't hear her.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Ms. Ajmira, you have to get in closer. Ms. Ajmira, we can't hear you.
There have been recommendations by industry experts who serve on this task force committee, but I think we need to have representation of workers in that task force committee. While I appreciate Mr. Driggs' outreach to United Union member, I feel that recommendations that's been presented lacks that perspective from that was raised earlier today by some speakers at the forum. With that being said, I know there was a request that was made for the healthcare benefits to be continued. And I know that when we look at PPP and other loans that are being provided by a federal government, they're asking employees for those loans to be forgiven. They have to either keep folks employed or hire them back. I wonder why such a requirement was not part of this conversation. And I see that total relief package here, it's been proposed is $7 million in rent abatement. Is that correct? $7 million total for 2020?
It's rent relief and program support, yes.
Okay, so do we know what it would cost for the healthcare coverage to be continued for some of these workers that have been laid off?
We didn't get specific estimates. We had input from the two principal concessionaires that they were effectively struggling to avoid bankruptcy as it was, and that it was just inconceivable for them because of the amounts involved. And we don't have the details of those amounts.
Yes, I would like to understand the details and how does that compare to the relief we are providing to these vendors. But I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. At least we ought to discuss it. We might come to the conclusion that it is not something we'll be able to accommodate, but having that conversation would be crucial for us to hear both sides of the aisle. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Driggs?
Mayor, are there any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Newton, followed by Mr. Winston. Mr. Newton?
Madam Mayor, this is Matt Newton.
I'm sorry, there's a problem with the sound system. Excuse me, Mr. Newton, before we start, there's a problem with the sound system. The only way to fix it is to stop and restart. You guys would be still on, but I thought we better get through this. And if you don't mind, and you can live through the crackling sound, we'll try to fix it after we get through with this discussion. Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am. So I think it's an important point to note up front that there is a difference between receiving written recommendations and actually having a seat at the table. I recall requesting very early on that we have some labor or employee representation. Surprised that as of Thursday there was none, and in as much as any votes were concerned, council members were actually outseated, or there were more votes than council members. So more non-council member votes than council members. I did receive a quote. So this was from labor, but I did receive a quote of roughly $700,000 to provide health insurance for the employees. We're talking about 700 employees, possibly more, that are going to be kicked off their health insurance. So we're looking at about $700 to provide that, $700,000 to provide that health insurance. I did have a question up front because I don't know what the timeline is for us here. So I wanted to ask, do we know when these recommendations are going to come back before the council for a vote?
Tonight, it is on your agenda. It's item 12, and what it is, it's item 12.
Okay, so that's really soon, much sooner than I anticipated. So I think that this is a conversation that we absolutely have to have. I think the work of the committee was great, or the task force was great, with this one exception, of course, because we're talking about approving contract breaks for a prime concessionaire here that is going to kick over 700 of its employees off their health insurance. We know that, and this is going to happen during a public health crisis. We did have a very robust conversation about this in the task force. I think it's important that we talk about it as a council. I also think it's important to note that we do routinely place preconditions on subsidies to businesses, requiring a certain number of jobs at certain salary rates, which, through our subsidies, through the benefits that we confer upon these businesses, do affect their employee contracts Honeywell in particular comes to mind. I think that might have been one of the the larger, more recent ones that we were engaged in. The task force conversation, it did prompt me to reach out to the city attorney and ask for some conclusions here to kind of give to what I received in return. So speaking with the city attorney, I was notified that a precondition here is not controlled by federal guidelines. That's because these are contract breaks. This is not a CARES Act distribution to the prime concession to any prime concessionaires. A precondition here would also not be an interference with a third-party contract, and that the city attorney's office would defend our decision if we place a precondition on the contract or on contract breaks here. More specifically, a precondition whereby employees will health insurance, particularly the furloughed employees. Furloughed employees will remain on their health insurance, their employer's health insurance through their furlough. I think we're doing a lot here. We're not just talking about rent abatement. We're talking about audit waivers. We're talking about profit sharing. We're talking about adjusting revenue guarantees, other types of payment flexibility. I think it's only fair that we ensure, much like we can, because this is an arm's length transaction between the city, a relief that they can take or not, or decide not to take. And I think it's only fair that we have the opportunity to place a precondition on that. And to the extent that, there are any issues with that, they can just walk away from it, right? Or alternatively, any acceptance of that relief would be an agreement to the precondition. So I would ask, seeing as how we're going to be deciding this tonight, I would ask that we include a precondition here. It would probably be under number 7, bullet point F to that number 7, whereby prime concessionaires to obtain the relief being offered from the airport, prime concessionaires must maintain the health insurance of their furloughed weemployees. I'll make that motion, I guess, right now.
Well, no, I think that we still have people to speak on the idea, so we can come back to the motion, and the motion should be made when we're actually taking an action on the contract, which will be item 12. So this is just a report out to get those kinds of issues out of the table. So when we get to that next item, that would be the place to make the motion. And I think, Mr. Baker, did I hear Mr. Newton say that you had addressed this? And I'm sorry, the crackling is so bad. I hope it's not as annoying to all of you as it is to me. But I was wondering, somebody fixed it. Thank you. Thank you.
Don't touch it again.
Don't touch it again, right? Okay. Mr. Newton, did you talk with the attorney about this in advance?
I did. There was an email exchange that all council members were listserved, so attached to. And then we also had further conversations. I think the takeaway here that I mentioned just a moment ago is, any precondition here is not subject to federal guidelines because it's not a contribution. This is an existing contract in which we're talking about providing contract breaks. At the same time, it's not an interference with the third-party contract because they have the ability to either accept or deny this, in effect acquiescing or consenting to the precondition. So I think, those are the important takeaways that were confirmed via the conversations I had with the city attorney. And I guess one last one is that we can choose to do this, and the city attorney's office would defend the action. So that was confirmed to me, and I just wanted to repeat that here.
I see he's all ready to go, Mr. Newton. He's just over there writing already on his legal pad. Okay. Mr. Winston?
Yes, I concur with. Yes, I concur with Mr. Newton. I am disappointed that workers were not represented at the table. I could say specifically, this council member and past councils have often spoken up on behalf of third-party workers at the airport. I have spoken to Mr. Cagle many a times, as well as Mr. Minerva and Ms. Montross at American Airlines about being able to triangulate the importance of our third-party workers at the airport. Look, there's three things that we know people need during this pandemic. People need access to a home or a safe place to go and socially distance. They need access to food, and they need access to health care. So any relief that we provide, we should try our best to hit all three. And we are able to do those first two with wage relief, and we would be able to do this if we made those preconditions. I will not support anything that does not use all the leverage that we have to get as much for workers as possible. Listen, we have to remember that is what we are here for, first and foremost. We are here first and foremost to ensure the safety of our people and not just our corporations. If business models are not able to make their workers whole, then they need to reevaluate that business model. And we need to use all of the tools in our tool belt to do that. I applaud Mr. Newton for using his expertise. I guess this is why democracy takes from regular people that have normal jobs. So he put his legal aptitude to this. I was reading what Mr. Baker passed forward, and it seems that as he said, that this does not run afoul of any type of labor laws or third party. They can deny this help if they don't want. In fact, there are specific business models, right, where businesses do not take government funds because of those strings attached. I think this is a fair string to attach, and I will not be supporting it if it does not have that precondition.
Okay. Ms. Watlington?
Sure. I just wanted to add, I understand, I agree with much of what my two colleagues have already said. The only thing that I'm thinking about is for the smaller primes that are not multinational companies. If there's a way that we can construct language so that it doesn't basically put them out of business, I would be inclined to do that, whether that is something about them having to demonstrate hardship or whatever in providing these funds, or if that includes in their application that they can apply for enough funds to be able to meet the need for health care. That's the only caveat that I would lift up, is I don't think it's an either or. I think we've got to do it as a both and with our smaller primes in mind.
We couldn't hear the last couple of words, Ms. Watlington. You said smaller primes and what? In mind. And what size is a small prime at the airport? Do you recall?
Yeah, so I'm thinking about some of our primes that have 100 employees or less.
100 employees or less. Okay. All right. Anyone else want to comment?
Mayor, I just wanted to say for the city attorney, my understanding was there is also an issue with state law that says the city cannot impose terms of employment on anybody that it does business with or in any of its contract counterparties. So I think maybe we need a fuller legal exposition. I can tell you that the senior airport lawyer advised us that this was not something that we should do during one of our meetings. And I would also note that if there are, I think, 1,100 or something employees at Paradies and at Host, the typical full cost of insurance, health insurance, is, Mr. Manager, what, $7,000 to $10,000 employee and employer shares?
Well, I'm not sure what this is for somebody that we have a contractual arrangement with, so I'm not sure, Mr. Driggs, what their health care costs are.
But the cities are certainly somewhere in that range, aren't they?
Much higher than this, yes.
Yeah, so all I'm saying is that I think we would find that if we cost this thing out, the amount of the healthcare insurance obligation exceeds all of the benefits that are currently being discussed with this company and leaves them worse off than they were before, which they will decline. So maybe some more work is needed on this. I certainly talked to sub-concessionaires, the concessionaires, the manager, director of the airport, and it looked like this was an understandable but really impossible ask on the part of these employees. And so I don't think we should incorporate a requirement like that in here without knowing more. And then the question is, depending on the will of the majority of council, how do we proceed by adopting this with the understanding that we will study the issue further and get more data? And I'd like to hear from the airport director on the subject as well, and let you hear some of the things that we heard in our working group. But for us to lock in right now an obligation like that to this recommendation and adopt it tonight would probably be to just sabotage the entire effort to provide the survival assistance to the concessionaires, including the sub-concessionaires.
So I think that Mr. Driggs has pointed out we don't have the cost of the change, and I also think that he said that the city attorney who works for Mr. Baker advised against it. So I know we can fight anything in court, but where are we on that, Mr. Baker?
So let me, if I could, just expand a little bit on the conversation that I had with Mr. Newton, and it does dovetail into the email that I sent to all of you. And Mr. Eggleston, I think I realized on Sunday that I hadn't sent it to you, so hopefully you did get it, but I think you got it separately. I did inadvertently mix the source of funds. I had been having conversations with the administration about a different source of funds and a different method of distributing the funds. So I did mix those two together. What's going on at the airport is not a distribution of funds to anyone in particular. It is rent relief that's being offered. As you all know, the prime concessionaires that are out there, Host and Parodies, competed through a process, a bid process, to provide that service out there. And the North Carolina law does not allow a city to put in as a precondition to a bid award certain work relationships or work requirements such as the payment of a livable wage, sick leave, insurance, et cetera, et cetera. We just don't have the authority to make that as a precondition for a bid on a contract. So this isn't something that in the quote-unquote normal course you could require of Host or Parodies, that is anything relating to their insurance benefits to their employees beyond what's required by state, applicable state or federal regulations. My advice to the administration on all these programs, these new programs that are related in any way, shape, or form to COVID, is to and this really depends on the risk assessment and risk tolerance that the folks have, is to not require new elements or introduce new elements or requirements into the receipt of these funds or relief, in this case, that you couldn't normally exact through a normal contracting process. Now that is my sort of standard advice to the council, because I know for a fact that you're not going to have any issues or challenges if you simply provide the funds pursuant to how you provide other funds, or in this case, if you were going to do a relief program or a bidding process to have the prime concessionaires out there, you wouldn't be involved in their insurance benefits or livable wage or anything like that. So that's my sort of stock advice. When you get beyond that, I can't tell you with any degree of certainty whether there would be a challenge to that. The argument would be that you don't have the authority to condition the relief to require us to provide a benefit that you wouldn't be able to require of us in the normal bidding process. That would be the argument. Mr. Newton's arguments that I think he has provided to all of you would be the argument in favor of the fact that the city does have that discretion, and I don't know if there'd be a challenge, and I don't know if, how that challenge would come out. So ultimately, this really, I hate to push this back to the council perspective, but this is really a policy call, and we'll make the most out of whatever policy directive you decide on. But that's the only issue that I raised with Mr. Newton. And again, I don't have case law that says you can't do this, but I do know that we wouldn't be able to get into any discussion about their benefits, their wages, through a normal bidding process. And there is a substantial difference legally between incentive contracts when you're bringing Honeywell or any corporation in, and you have requirements about the number of employees or the average salary of jobs versus this bidding process, because obviously Honeywell didn't compete in a bid process to get incentives. That's a separate deal that the city has the absolute discretion to enter into or not to enter into. I hope I haven't confused folks any more than normal.
All right, I have Mr. Cagle has also walked in, so why don't I've got Ms. Johnson, and I'll put you up, Mr. Newton, right after Ms. Johnson. So, Mr. Cagle, you've heard the discussion. You were at the task force meetings, and the question has been suggested that there be a section added that the primes must provide health insurance for those workers that are being furloughed. And so, you've heard Mr. Baker. Can you address?
So a couple clarifying things to start out without getting into the actual suggestion that's been made last Thursday and tonight. Number one, the CARES Act funding that the airport, that's specific to the aviation department or to CLT, is only legally available for the aviation department to use to pay our expenses. We cannot distribute to any of the tenants, whether it be an airline, whether it be a concessionaire, or anyone else doing business at the airport. We cannot distribute those funds to them so that they can sustain their business. So this is not a subsidy or a payment. We can only use those funds to pay for aviation department expenses. And that's very clear in the CARES Act funding regulations and requirements that have come out through the FAA in this case, because the FAA is the overriding agency for airports and this part of the CARES Act funding. So, so that being said, when it comes to a concessionaire, we do not pay any of their business costs. They are a private independent company who are companies who are tenants of the airport. So to the airport, they represent a revenue stream to the airport. They pay us rent. And that rent is convoluted and complicated, but at the end of the day, they pay us rent for the privilege to do business at the airport. Because of that, because we can't pay for their expenses, so then the question became, their business is suffering. The airport has seen a reduction in passenger traffic of 95%, which means they've seen a reduction in revenues of 95%. So what we can offer to them are a reduction in rent. Because we collect rent from them, we can reduce those amounts. Now, both Parodies and Host have rent relief requirements already in their contract. But those contracts and the rent relief requirements did not ever envision a crisis like COVID-19. They envisioned a crisis like 9/11, like the Great Recession. They envisioned crises that we had seen. And no one has ever seen this before. So there were a couple elements of rent, given the depth of this crisis and the depth of the reduction, that they came to us and asked us about, would we consider amending the contract to give them, in addition to what they're contractually obligated to as far as relief, to give them additional relief. And that's really what we're talking about. And so the recommendation was really intended to make sure that the task force and ultimately City Council was comfortable with that, so that as the aviation director, I could make that recommendation to Mr. Jones as the city manager to execute that contract amendment or amendments. And so that's really what we're talking about. These are not disbursements or subsidies. They're really a reduction of rent. Or a deferment of rent, various rent measures to allow them time to stabilize their finances and to allow us all time to start to recover. Now, that being said, when we talk about the concessionaires and the prime concessionaires, the airport has when it comes to terminal concessions, there are two contracts that we hold. One with HMS Host for food and beverage, and one with Parodies for specialty retail. We do not hold contracts directly with any of their sub-DBE partners. They hold those contracts with their DBE partners. So Ms. Gaithers, who was on the task force, and she is the CEO of Gaithers Enterprises. She runs her businesses, if you will, in the airport under a sub-agreement, in this case with Parodies. Ms. Johnson, who was also on the task force, runs her business through a sub-agreement with Host. Now, one thing that was very, very clear early on, and this has always been the case, is that we expect both Parodies and Host, any provisions that they are afforded in their contract, we expect them to also convey those benefits to their sub-concessionaires. And their sub-concessionaires are, generally speaking, the DBE partners who are local. Not all of them are local, but generally speaking, they're local businesses. I guess my concern with this is I don't believe, I guess my concern is I'm not sure how we would make recommendations related to employment or benefits for Host or Parodies without making those requirements or recommendations for their subs, because those subs are basically living under the terms and conditions of the prime contract. They are not separately contracted out. And so I think, for me, I guess that would be a secondary legal question of how do you split the baby, so to speak, in this instance.
Okay, so we have Ms. Johnson and followed by Mr. Newton.
So I'm a little more confused after hearing from Mr. Baker and from the airport. Does Parodies? Okay, never mind. Let me not ask that question. Mr. Winston said that we've been hearing from HMS for a long time, even prior council. I know that HMS employees have been coming before council longer than I have. They've come to us about not getting a livable wage. Therefore, they're not able to be upwardly mobile. Therefore, they're not able to afford housing. So many of these problems are so big and outside of the scope of what we can do something about. Medicaid's not expanded here in North Carolina. COBRA is very expensive. I mean, I think if we're in a position to do anything directly to help these individuals at this time, not to lose health benefits, if it's $700,000, if there's a way that we can work that into the assistance. It sounds like an incentive. We know that the government requires stipulations for COVID funding. So I think there's a way to say yes to this, and I would be in support of voting for this stipulation. Another thing I want to say is that I listened to the task force meeting last week, and this was brought up by Mr. Newton. So it's not like there was not time to research the answer. His idea was not brought forward to council, although the question was still being asked. It was asked by Mr. Baker. So the answer, again, I'll use the word foreseeable. This information or this question was foreseeable. I would have hoped that this question could have been asked. And if it's not illegal and there is a way that we can do it, we've heard from HMS employees for months now And the mayor said at the beginning of the meeting, a change is coming. So I think this is an opportunity. If we can add this to that assistance, then I'm prepared to support that.
All right, Mr. Newton. I have you, Mr. Eggleston, after Mr. Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. You've already spoken, Mr. Newton, so Mr. Eggleston would be next. My apologies, Mr. Eggleston and Mr. Newton. Mr. Eggleston?
No worries. Yes, ma'am. A question for the attorney that I think cuts across this issue and others. I tend to want to defer to our city attorney's legal opinion. It's what we hired you for. So when you tell us that you couldn't assure us something would be defensible, or I guess I'm just trying to gauge what your bar is, because I often don't know whether you wouldn't recommend something to us unless you were 100% certain, 90% certain, 50% certain. Do you have a general rule in that regard? If you were 90% certain that we would be covered in trying to add this provision, would you say, I'm reasonably confident that you could do this and it's not going to be a problem? Or is it kind of a 50-50 test? If you're more than 50% confident, you'd say yes. If you're less than 50% confident, you'd say no.
Okay, I think that's why we pay you in those big bucks, 50 to 50. All right, help us.
I'm laughing because it's been a while since I've had the conversation of what I mean by legally problematic, and my inflection may give away the percentages here. If I felt certain, with a reasonable degree of certainty, that the risk was very high that you would get sued and that we would lose, my recommendation would be do not do this. It would be very clear and emphatic that I recommend against doing something. For this particular matter, and I've had a couple of conversations with the administration as we're dealing with, and I hate to keep commingling them, all of these funds that we're getting to provide relief in our community, I think is the umbrella. They are such new programs. And I don't want to criticize them because the genesis behind them is to provide relief to folks. But they haven't thought out all of the things and haven't had the full vetting, which creates a situation where we're guessing in certain instances. So my recommendation, which I put together in the email that I sent to everybody, even though I commingled a couple of programs together inadvertently, has been when I see legal precedent, when I see that there's a certain way that we can do something that's been tried and tested, I prefer to keep you in that particular lane because the risk is low, and I know that we can do it, and we don't have to worry about issues. When you get outside of that vein into areas that we, under normal circumstances, wouldn't be able to require from either of these entities as a condition of getting the bids to provide the services, then I have a concern that you could be in a situation where the argument is that the city is using these funds and this opportunity to exact certain concessions from these entities that you wouldn't be able to require in the normal contracting process. And that area is the place where I would say, my recommendation is to stick to tried and true. And then I have to kick it back to the council about what your risk tolerance is for going further. And again, all of the arguments that Mr. Newton has raised would be the arguments in favor. We're not forcing this on you. We're not unilaterally making this a condition of your contract. We're simply offering you a benefit that you're free to accept or not accept. And these are the conditions if you choose to accept it. That would be the argument.
Is your personal risk assessment of this that us pursuing this particular provision would be low, medium, or high risk, just to oversimplify it?
I would say medium, in part because I'm hearing some other things that have been raised, particularly as it relates to you might not want this provision to apply to all of the concessionaires or entities that are out there, because I think that would be, that raises my concern. If you're picking and choosing which entities need to provide insurance through September, in which entities you're not going to require them to do that. Now you get into a potential equal protection argument if it's the same program, but you're making a distinction between one entity over another and the requirements. That then adds another layer that I have to explain to whoever the trier of fact is. Should there actually be a lawsuit in the first place?
Thank you.
Something to that, Madam Mayor, being that I brought that up.
Ms. Watlington, yes?
Just wanted to say then, so first let me walk back what I said earlier about smaller primes. Thank you for reiterating that they're actually not primes, but they're subcontractors. If there's a way to meet the same intent without creating an issue of unfairness, if you will, I'd still like to see that included, but just wanted to clean that up a little bit as that has come up, and it sounds like it's causing you some concern.
Okay, so now we have Mr. Newton and then Mr. Winston.
Mr. Winston, did you want to go before me?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just got one.
I had,
okay.
who?
Keep your hand raised before
I had
me.
Mr. Newton next. I mean, everybody has spoken that has raised their hand, so we're back to going around again, and Mr. Newton was next.
So I just wanted to ask a question pertaining to whether we consider this a bid contract, because I look at it and I think it's separate from that. The reason is that, you know, we're beyond the bid process here, aren't we? This isn't anybody asking to be, you know, to be awarded a contract. This is us considering giving relief to a company that's actually asking for that relief, right? Completely separate from the bid process. And I really wonder that if we start talking about this in terms as a bid, you know, in those terms of it being a bid contract, you know, are we really, you know, we're talking about here in this instance, we're talking about reduced terms or reducing the terms of the original bid contract. Would we be looking at materially altering the original bid process in the first place? You know, unbalancing the playing field, possibly exposing ourselves to the folks that didn't get the bid before because we're going below those bid terms. What kind of liability here will we be exposing ourselves to by assuming or by framing this in the context of it being a bid contract from the standpoint of the folks that, you know, didn't have the opportunity to get those lower terms and didn't get the award? And to that extent, you know, why are we even talking about it being a bid contract? But I'll just throw that out there for the attorney.
Did you throw it out for a response, or just threw it out?
Yeah. Well, my original question here is, what kind of liability are we exposing ourselves to here by framing this as a bid contract?
So we're not framing it as a bid contract. I'm simply trying to make the argument, and not so much trying to make the argument, the argument on the opposite side will be that you're conditioning this on terms that the North Carolina State Legislature has prohibited you from negotiating with us. And whether that's a winning argument or not, I can't say yes or no. I can tell you that if you didn't have that proposal, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You can clearly do the rent relief. But when you start requiring or getting into areas that you wouldn't normally be able to get into, that gives me pause for concern that I feel as the attorney to the board, I need to bring to your attention that this could be problematic. Again, getting back to Mr. Eggleston's questions about, what does problematic mean and what are the percentages, I would say that I'm certainly not recommending you cannot do this. This will be a problem and we will lose. But it does add a condition because, if you can do this, you can do a lot of things. You can say, and we want you to pay a livable wage, and we want you to fix all these other issues if you can do this one thing. And I think the more of those you add, the more someone who doesn't get the opportunity for the relief because of the conditions that you put on could make the argument that we use this opportunity in this situation to delve into areas of the employee-employer relationship that we're not allowed to delve into. And again, all of the things that you have said, Mr. Newton, on the other side would be my arguments for why this doesn't apply. But I feel it's incumbent upon me to advise the council of potential issues if you go down this particular road. But we can defend it. We'll do the very best that we can, as we always do. And I have zero case law that says you cannot do this. This is all so very new. But that's ultimately where I am.
Well, I guess my question is just, so from what I thought I heard a moment ago, really your only concern here is associated with this possibly being considered a bid contract, because that's the only time that anything like that would even arise, right?
It won't be termed as a bid contract. The question will be, is this a permissible area for the city to negotiate with these particular entities? And again, all your reasons for this has nothing to do with it. This is a completely discretionary opportunity that these companies are free to make a business call as to whether they want to take advantage of it or not, would be my arguments to the contrary.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm a little confused then, because it was my understanding that any restrictions would only be considered in the instance of it being considered or phrased as a bid contract, which is what you're saying it's not.
One day I hope that we'll have the lawyers, as soon as we have the ability to have in-person conversations, I'm going to have Mr. Newton and Mr. Baker have an hour in advance of the meeting so that we can have these debates offline and have the results online. So I know that this is difficult for us to go back and forth, but it's just the virtue of virtual conversations.
Yeah, there's a policy call that you have to make, and we'll.
And I guess, and I have Mr. Winston, but I want to just say something. My concern with this report is that I think at some point on the page 3 it says the recommendations that will enable the aviation department, and it goes through a couple of things. And the last one says, oh, sorry, wrong page. I'm on the wrong page. It's the reference that we make to our airport. Hold on. Oh, it's on page 2. And it's under the task force recommendations #1, and it's items at the bottom. And it says in the last part that we want to be the industry leading low cost per in-plane passenger. And I think the issue here is that we have done that. We've done a very good job, but it has had some problems with this. And the problems are generally that we are not seeing the kind of wages that we feel people in this community deserve. Now, I don't know if how to get through this is COVID or not, but I think this is a real question and a real debate, that we have always been just on, we're going to be the lowest cost. And a lot of our success of being a hub and being able to work with so many really good things about our airport is because of that. But I think the consequences for some small groups of people need to be resolved. Now, I don't know if it's the insurance issue that we have, because I don't think we have a costing for it. I don't think we've gotten, I think, clarity that the attorney may have some problems with it, but it's not that it's clear. I am more concerned about what this does operationally and practically. I think we're talking about trying to provide services to people that have come to us and say, well, we're making $8.50 an hour, and that's just not right. But I also want to hear from you the impact of doing this and what it requires, what kind of, just like any other business that we would work with, if I were going to make this kind of change, and I have had to do this in a family business, is to say, I know that this needs to be changed. How do we change it so it's equitable, fair, and also allows time that nobody fails, that there are no losers in it? So, Mr. Cagle, I'm going to ask you to address that because we've got to figure something out. And it needs to be done with a lens towards equity and fairness. And right now, I think we're taking advantage of something that we could do right away that helps some people right away. And that's where we may end up. But at some point, this has got to be more than. Yeah. So if you'll help me on that, that's where I'm concerned.
Having a low cost per enplaned passenger in the 8.5 years that I have been in Charlotte, that has been community, business community, that is one of the things that we cite for our growth. Is it the end-all be-all of airports? It's debatable. I don't know if it is or not. I think that it is clear that the growth in Charlotte, the outsized airport for the size of the community, is because we are a primary hub. And we are a primary hub. One of the reasons is because our extreme low cost to the airlines. Now, I don't disagree with you and with the entire council and the community when we talk about we need to have a community that's equitable and fair for everyone. And again, I'm not your attorney, but we have been always, we have an obligation to make the airport available for use by the airlines. That is a federal requirement, and we cannot stipulate that on with other things. And then the North Carolina law has always been kind of what has been the problem. I mean, this is not the first time that I've had conversations about this with council or others. We're trying to do our best to project our values, which are fairness and equity and higher wages for all, mobility, and still maintain all of the great elements of the airport. So that being said, I don't know that this particular issue has an impact on the cost per enplaned passenger. But I will say, one of the things that going into this that Mr. Driggs and the entire task force talked about was how do we go through this with our concessionaires, through this massive downturn like none we've ever seen, and we all survive and come out on the other side. And so when we start talking about rent relief, at some point, it would be the easiest thing to do to say, look, the rent relief that you agreed to when you signed that contract is exactly what you can have. And that's the end of the discussion. And, but that may mean that some of them don't come out the other side. And so what we were trying to do was create recommendations and provide information to the task force that balanced the airline perspective and the concessionaire perspective. And I understand that we have heard from Unite Here. We continue to hear from Unite Here and from other unions who have employees represented at various places, employers at the airport. I understand the concern and I understand the issue here. I just don't know that I have a solution for it. I think what we were trying to do, or in my mind what I was trying to do, was provide them some amount of rent relief that we think protects the airport and our credit rating, protects the business side of the airport and the aviation department, and ultimately the city of Charlotte. Helps the airlines and helps the concessionaires so that we can all survive this crisis.
So I understand the crisis, and I'm going to just say this. We've probably, I know that Mr. Winston and Mr. Driggs are going to talk, But the final thing is, I don't know where we're going to land on when we vote on this, but I would say this, Mr. Cagle and Mr. Jones, that we have to address this problem of wages at the airport, and I would like for us not to have the standard of low cost but competitive, and I would like to see us address, this has just come up way too much and too often for people that are working every day. We are either going to subsidize their housing, we're going to subsidize their food, or we're going to give them some money, enough money to live on, and I don't think it's fair, because when we're subsidizing, all of us that have the fortune to actually support the system that we're subsidizing, it to me is backwards. If we are going to talk about the value of work, we ought to pay people for it, and that we ought not have to have people live in governmental subsidies that work hard every day and often that way. So no matter what this happens today, I would like to see a plan in the next budget year to address the issue of wages at the airport, and a real platform that starts the discussion in the right way. And I don't know if council will support that or not, but I just feel like this is going in the wrong direction. It's difficult now in this time, and that's why I'm not weighing in on whether or not the council ought to do that. But at some point, when we come out of this, we have to do the recovery for all, and we've just got to do something about it. So I don't know, Mr. Winston, and then Mr. Driggs.
Yeah. So I'm speaking to all my colleagues right now. We heard the attorney tell us that he likes to make recommendations in the affirmative when there are issues that are tried and true. He's not saying we shouldn't do this, but he's only going to say we're going to yes to things that are tried and true, and that was the response to Mr. Eggleston's question. We also heard the CEO of Charlotte Douglas International Airport saying that none of this has been planned or has been considered by folks associated with the airport. So there is nothing right now that is tried and true. And to the mayor's point, and to the point that I have brought up many a time, several of my colleagues have brought up many times over the years, a change has to come. And if that change doesn't happen now, I don't know if it ever will come. So I still stand where I am. I'm not going to support this unless we leverage those companies to make their employees whole. Now is the time to make those structural changes.
Okay, Mr. Driggs, Ms. Ajmer, I was going to give Mr. Driggs the last call, because this is going to be on the agenda, the next item on the agenda after the citizen speaking. So, Ms. Ajmer, would you like to go before Mr. Driggs?
I'm good either way.
What?
She's good either way.
Okay, all right, Ms. Ajmer, and then Mr. Driggs, and then we'll go to the next report.
And Ms. Watlington.
So this message is for Mr. Manager. I think you hear loud and clear from my colleagues about our priorities, and you have heard our priorities since past 2 years. And it's frustrating where there are many reasons where we cannot do X, Y, and Z. We need to find a way to make this work. And I don't know what that is, and I hope that you and your administration will figure it out. But today you heard from myself and many of our colleagues that we want to see the healthcare benefits for many laid-off workers being included as part of our relief package. And I don't know how that can happen legally with the least amount of risk, but I hope that you'd bring us forward some alternatives, some options where we can address this.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Driggs?
So, for one, I think the terms of employment of a lot of the people that we've been hearing from are actually the subject of national labor agreements. Is that right, Mr. Cagle?
I believe that is correct. Yes, I believe so, but I'm not a legal expert in the national agreements that have been referenced. I've heard that said.
So That was the impression I had in earlier conversations about American Airlines. So I don't think we're the lowest cost per plane passenger because we're underpaying compared to other airports. And although I agree with the aspiration to maybe rebalance and trade away a little bit of cost per plane passenger for better employment conditions, we do need to look at the context of that particular labor market, those employers, and where else they do business. So that's something maybe for a discussion later. I was curious to know the number 700,000 was kind of tossed out there. Is that a monthly figure, an annual figure, or exactly what does that represent?
I think Mr. Newton suggested the number.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that that is the whole amount necessary for up to a 4-month period to cover the 700 plus employees that have been furloughed and are subject to losing their health insurance next week.
All right, so we're talking about $7 million for a year for the 2 major concessionaires, and for that matter, everybody else. And I think it could well turn out that if you do if you adjust the numbers, you find that by adding a requirement that they pay health benefits, they end up worse off accepting any of this. So that's something we need to determine, because there's no point in telling them that they should accept this money and with it an obligation to pay a larger amount out again. And the other thing is they are entitled under the terms of their existing contracts to certain kinds of rent relief, and the contracts adjust, they're dynamic. So I want to make sure also that we are not counting entitlements that they have for reduction in rent against this cost of healthcare benefits, because they could well argue, look, I was going to get that anyway. You can't tell me that that money, which I was entitled to under the contract, is now subject to a commitment from me to pay health benefits. So I think basically where we are at the moment is, frankly, we're not done yet. And the question is how we want to proceed past tonight. And I think to put an ironclad requirement into the council's decision, contrary to the 9-2 vote of the working group, it might well turn out to be a big mistake. So if there has to be any reference to it, I think it should be in the form of exploration with the intent of follow-up by council.
All right, the manager would.
So thank you, Mayor and members of council. I actually thought this would be the easiest of the three, but I see that this may be a little difficult. So I just want to make sure that there's a general agreement of how tonight would work. So the task force recommendations will be reported out, and this is item, I guess, 10. And then council would go to item 12, which is the appropriation of the $154.5 million. I know the airport money is different, the $135 million, but some of the things that you heard tonight from the city attorney will be heard in some of these additional recommendations, because as Patrick said earlier, the way that the rules and the guidelines are coming down, it's not as much specificity as we would like. But I just say that to say the concept is when we get to item 12, when you get to item 12, under action item A, there would be an addition that basically says you would appropriate the $154.5 million and accept the recommendations of the task force. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody was aligned with what we're trying to achieve tonight, and whether or not that pulls one task force recommendation out, I'm not sure, but the concept would be to go through this evening. And to Ms. Johnson's point, the issue that popped up at the last airport task force meeting, it was addressed as Mr. Baker tried to give some input, but it is reflective of how difficult a balancing act this is with some of the recommendations that have come out of the task force.
And I just want to make sure that I heard this clearly, that we have a goal that we want to do this, but we haven't weighed whether or not the people that we want to also help at the airport would be willing to accept it as a condition. And that would mean that what we are allocating to keep those folks, the subcontractors to host, viable may end up not being. I think we need some more information and a way to do this. I definitely think we ought to do it, but I don't think the task force would want to stop our retailers and concessionaires from having the benefit of a program either. So we need to do both of these things, but I just don't know that we're set up with it as it's presented today to accomplish both. So I'd love to have some advice from the council on how to proceed by the time we get to the next item, which is to approve the recommendations, because we don't want to have all of that good work and then not be able to help the people that are our concessionaires to be successful and getting the rent reductions if we don't have the cost of that. So think about that, and when we get to 12, we'll be ready to come back to it. Ms. Watlington, and then we'll go on to the next report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quickly, I've been in conversation with one of our ACDEs, and I just wanted to go back to the number you asked me for an idea. It looks like all of our ACDBEs have 200 employees or less. So as we think about what I hope that we decide to do coming out in terms of
we can't hear you. Ms. Watson, I don't know what, it's just, I don't know where you need to get closer to the mic, but we lose you.
I can hear you fine.
What?
I don't even know where I was at, but the point of the matter is 200 employees or less would cover all of our ACDBEs, and I'm hoping that at the end of tonight, we do agree to continue to investigate how we can help our help employees at our contractors and subcontractors, but also recognizing the immense cost with very little revenue at the smaller businesses. So I would be on board to support taking the recommendations, but also continuing investigation on this particular piece surrounding health insurance. I know it's coming up later in the agenda. That's all. Thank you.
Well, think about that, and we'll come back. The next report that we're going to have is housing. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a long day.
Nah, not at all. I think we ought to stay for another 4 or 5 hours. What else have we got to do?
I don't know. But first, let me take the opportunity to thank you for giving me to head the Housing COVID-19 Task Force. We have a great group of public servants, and Renee Johnson and Braxton Winston and Larkin Elvinston leading the charge as members of the council, and a great group of private citizens working along with us. Lee Cochran with Laurel Street, Kathy Cummings with Bank of America, Fred Dobson with the Charlotte Mecklenburg Housing Partnership, Kim Graham with the Greater Charlotte Apartment Association, Commissioner Anthony Lindsay, who is a commissioner on the North Carolina Real Estate Commission, as well as a broker with Caldwell Banker, Deronda Metz with the Salvation Army Center of Hope, and Connie Stangler with the Housing Authority, now in Libyan. This group has been working for the past 4 weeks, working extremely hard alongside of our staff, Pamela Weidman and her staff, who has been providing just excellent support to the task force and making sure that we have all the information that we need moving forward. We meet every Thursday at 12 o'clock. And like I said, we've already met for about 4 times. And one of the first things that we did was to understand and know that having public hearings and getting public input is really important. And so we really made a conscious effort of trying to identify voices in the community through public testimonies to come before the task force to lend us their expertise, as well as to educate and inform the task force on issues that we are dealing with in the community. For an example, Anthony Troutman with Mecklenburg County came and talked about what the county is doing regarding homelessness issues and support. Catherine Sellers with United Way talked about the COVID-19 Response Fund, which there's a lot of dollars that's being distributed in the community to nonprofits, organizations, boots on the ground dealing with housing-related issues. We had a Assistant Attorney General from Josh Stein's office came and talked to us about eviction and the stay-at-home orders relating to hotels and residents. And our local judges, Judge Bess and Josh Trosh, talked to us about the eviction process, as well as others who have come before the task force and really provided us a sense of direction, information, education, and support. The first thing that we did, Madam Mayor, was to identify an action plan that would serve over 90 that we adopted on May 7th. And the action plan consists of 7 key categories. 1, increasing the supply of affordable housing, financial assistance, evictions, homelessness and supportive services, regulatory and legislative issues, marketing and communication, and general affordable housing topics. Each of these topics are being led by a lead from our task force who kind of takes the lead in kind of helping develop, shape, and provide recommendations for the task force that will be moving forward to the council. This coming Thursday, we'll get the first recommendations from the task force dealing with the issue of how do we increase the supply of affordable housing. Many of those recommendations will be coming to the full city council for your consideration and approval. And so we're really excited about that. And then we will pivot to our second work plan, which is financial assistance. So we're working extremely hard in terms of trying to understand the issue that's happening in our community. It goes without saying that the major issue that we've been talking about time and time again is the issue of rent relief and mortgage relief. Understanding what's going to happen come June 1st when the courts reopen, and there's currently 1,800 cases pending before the court, many of them dealing with folks dealing with evictions. And so those were 2 of the major topics that we've been really dealing with and want to, again, work with the manager's office to identify funding recommendations that would help support those 2 endeavors. Again, one of the recommendations we would like to make, and these are not recommendations from the task force, but acknowledging the work plan that the task force has adopted and established, and trying to identify those resources that would support the goals and objectives of the task force. One would be mortgage assistance. This is something that we have heard over and over again, and we would like to work with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing Partnership as recommended by staff. I think that's a really good recommendation, up to about $8 million for mortgage and rental assistance. This will go a long way to, again, provide the type of relief that people are asking and seeking for. We've heard this time and time again. And we also would like to make sure that it's a system-based approach. We understand and know that there are a number of other organizations, i.e. United Way and others, that are putting money into the community regarding mortgage and rent relief. But we believe that this is a great investment for the council to make, to do our fair share to ensure that our citizens are not being duly impacted in terms of their living space as a result of COVID-19. You see the chart in front of you in terms of the partner in the vehicle that we wish to work with, the program eligibility, and the timeline. So I will not read that verbatim, but it's clearly outlining what it is that we would like to do, how we would like to get it done, and the organizations that we believe that fits those descriptions. So I think staff has made a really good recommendation because it ties in directly with the work plan that the task force has already adopted and established. And so that would be a total of $8 million. Second would be supportive housing program. We've time and time again that there's a need for the council to play a role in homeless support. We have been doing, I believe, more than our fair share in terms of supporting homeless program within the community. We understand that this is a county initiative, a city concern. And so the recommendation that has been brought forward, which is $2 million to support urban ministry and to provide single room occupancy of housing, I believe is a great recommendation. It kind of support and invest in permanent solutions with wraparound service along with it. And so we believe that's a really, really good investment to make to really demonstrate from the task force perspective an investment in homelessness through the COVID-19 and as well as working with a community partner, Urban Ministry, who has changed their name to Roof Above to help them fulfill their capital plan and to invest in SRO housing. So I think that is another recommendation that I believe is demonstrates in the right direction. And also we understand and know that there are still some outstanding issues in terms of how these dollars can be utilized. And so we're still waiting for additional feedback from the manager's office and the attorney's office in terms of additional dollars that we believe we would like to invest in the community relating to rehab housing as well as other initiatives that we just need a little bit more time to analyze the documents to make sure that we're making an investment that we could defend if necessary. And so I think this complies with the manager's recommendation in terms of putting the money on the ground right now, $10 million, as well as another $10 million that we can invest in the fall. Lastly, we also talked about the Housing Trust Fund as a committee. And again, we are so appreciative of the council for the vote we took several weeks ago to invest in that. And also talked about the upcoming November election and the bond referendum. And hopefully we can make a compelling case to go back to the community and demonstrate how responsible we were with their last investment of $50 million to ask the community for their support in November for an additional $50 million. We're looking at how those dollars can be used differently, but we believe that we are at a strong start with a strong committee, great input from our council members, Johnson, Winston, and Eggleston, in terms of what we're doing. And I'll pause at this time to take any questions, and I invite the three other council members, if they have any additional comments that they would like to make, now would be an appropriate time to do so. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
All right, you have your first question from Council Member Ajamira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Graham, I know we had this issue come up for many residents who stay at the hotels or motels who are considered residents because they have stayed there for a longer period of time. They're not considered guests. Would they be able to apply for the rent relief?
That would be a staff question. So if Ms. Whiteman is there, if she
yes, Ms. Whiteman is here. Ms. Whiteman has to come in. We'll come back to that question. We'll go when she comes in, Ms. Ajamira. We'll have her respond to that.
Thank you.
So then, Mr. Winston.
Yes. So just wanted to ask Council Member Graham, those recommendations, you say those are going to be presented on Thursday?
No, these are recommendations that we're making tonight. And as I said earlier, these are recommendations that are not coming from the task force. What staff has done, and I agree with, they have taken a look at our work plans, and we have matched the dollars in our work plan to the recommendations. For an example, we talked a lot about rent relief and mortgage relief, and so there's $8 million that takes in consideration that that recommendation, as well as $2 million for homelessness by supporting SRO housing. These are staff recommendations, and as I said earlier at our task force meeting, that as I said earlier,
when were these recommendations made?
These are staff recommendations. As I told you at the task force meeting, that this decision would not be, in terms of how the dollars would be utilized, would not be made by the task force. There will be a recommendation from the staff, and the full council will weigh in. And so that's what we're doing tonight. But the recommendations.
And so this is the first time we're.
The recommendations are consistent with what we said at our task force meeting and supports our work plan. 1, rent relief; 2, mortgage relief; and 3, support, helping out the county relating to homelessness by providing supportive service by way of SRO. So the dollars relate right back to the work that was adopted by the task force.
So we have not discussed, I am not remembering discussing this in these specific recommendations anytime before tonight. We haven't discussed any of these recommendations in the task force. Am I incorrect in that?
Because you're absolutely right, we didn't. And remember when we talked about the $50 million, the $20 million commitment, I said at this task force that that decision was above our pay grade, and that we'll be getting a recommendation from staff, and the council as a whole will determine how the $20 million will be invested. These are the recommendations from staff, and they are directly correlated to our work plan.
So we're being asked to consider recommendations on $20 million of a spend tonight without having discussed this? Is that what I'm tracking?
We're all the task force making recommendations, not only housing, but the airport and small business in terms of how we would like to invest the money that the manager is recommending. So it's just not housing. All
I know other task force have been discussing specifics down to dollars. I've been shared those documents, but I'm on this committee and task force, and I've not seen these numbers before. I'm uncomfortable with that. It kind of actually just threw me off real quick.
I wanted to say something, Mr. Winston. I think it's $10 million on the information that came out to the council. It's not 20. I think the report says that they will the task force will continue this, but it's not 20 million in the report that we have in front of us. And I just wanted to make sure we were all from the same place.
All I'm saying, I'm pretty sure the other two task forces have voted out their recommendations. I believe we're still in a discussion mode because I was about to speak. I raised my hand to speak to the preliminary work that is being done around the eviction subgroup. Kim Graham has been leading that, and we are working along with the district court to figure out if there's a way to ramp up the mediation process. We learned that the city actually already has mediation programs with the district court stood up, but we're exploring ways that we can really amplify that once court proceedings start back. But we are still in a very much discussion phase, and we have not voted on any recommendations or any money behind it. So I'm just confused about what we're doing here right now. Totally.
Well, again, Mr. Winston, we've had 4 meetings, and the large volume of conversations centered around mortgages relief and rent relief. And so we've heard that really loud and clear. And I made it a point mentioning to the task force, if you remember, that this decision would be a council decision and not a task force decision, and that we would make those recommendations based on the work plan that was adopted by.
council hasn't given staff any guidance of the direction we want them to go. So how can, missing the staff here.
Why don't we go, Ms. Wyman can address Ms. Ajmira's question and perhaps give us some guidance on, this is a recommendation that the council would vote on, but it would be for the $8 million for rent and mortgage assistance and $2 million for the SRO, which addresses the urban roof above strategic plan for putting more people into housing. So, Ms. Wyman, Ms. Ajmira, can you want to restate your question so Ms. Weidman can address it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So, Ms. Weidman, as you may remember, we have had several residents who had reached out to us via email and several business owners who have reached out to us via email and calls, frustrated, where there were many residents, I'm not talking about the guests, residents who are considered tenants because they have stayed at the hotels or motels such as extended stay for a longer period of time. They are considered residents. And some of them were not able to pay their rent or pay their, fees, whatever the hotels would call it. How can these residents apply for rent relief? And the reason I'm asking these questions, we have had many residents who have stayed at Days Inn, extended stay, and so many other locations where they are on the verge of being evicted. And we need to take care of these residents, otherwise they'll end up on the streets. So I need to know whether they can apply for this rent relief program.
Yeah, so Ms. Ajmira, thank you for that question. And let me preface this by saying I may have to do some additional follow-up with you on that question. I will remind us that the initial dollars that we put out in both rent relief and mortgage relief were designed to help people who have been impacted due to COVID, not necessarily to assist with people who were in hotels prior to COVID. So in order to, the eligibility requirements are to show either a job loss or reduction of income due to COVID. I will also say that I do recall that you sent there were a couple of names that came over. The Housing Partnership, they are in the process of reviewing all of the applications that they have. I think they've received about 325, and so they're in the process of reviewing all of those applications. So I'm not sure if that answers your question about the initial round that went out of CARES Act funding. I think what I would say, this funding that we're discussing now also is designed and has to, according to the federal guidance that we've received, has to be for folks who were directly impacted as a result of COVID.
So to follow up on that, I understand this has to be used for COVID-19 related issues. There was a story on that WFAE did where a couple had stayed at the hotel for almost, they were considered tenant. They were staying at extended stay or similar motel where one of them had lost, well, actually both of them had lost their jobs in restaurant. And they were staying at these hotels or motels prior to COVID-19. But they lost their job because of COVID-19. They both worked in restaurant industry, and we know how heavily they are impacted. And would they be able to apply for this rent relief program?
Yes.
Because they're impacted by COVID.
Yes, ma'am. They would be, and I would encourage them to contact the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing Partnership, who is administering the funding for us.
Got it. So I think there needs to be some sort of guidance for hotel owners and motel owners that if they have residents, they're not able to pay their rent because they have been impacted by COVID-19, they can refer this guest or residents to Housing Partnership because there are so many people that are in this situation, and we have gotten so many emails and we do not want to see them end up on the streets as soon as the eviction starts. So I don't know what would be the process like, but I know that in the past, crisis assistance and other organizations had communicated with the small business owners who were providing housing to these families. So there needs to be some sort of communication, because in rental relief, I have often seen it is not clear in terms of the guidance whether it's only for folks who live in apartments or for folks who also live in other locations, whether it's hotels or motels or extended stay lodges and so on.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmer. And that's exactly what this round that we're discussing tonight, that would further help us be able to assist the type of clients that you just described.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones?
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. In trying to be helpful with where we are on this particular task force recommendations, it goes back to something that the city attorney said earlier. These are two programs, the mortgage relief and the rental relief, is something that's already been approved. You voted on this from the first batch of CDBG funds, so we feel comfortable that these are in line with the guidelines. We believe, and I'll use the term believe, that the $2 million for a roof above may also be within the guidelines. But there are other things that are going on that have been discussed, like rehab to houses and things like that, that we're just not sure. So we tried to take a safe pathway to begin with, not eating up too much of the resources, and understanding, and if I got this correct, Councilmember Graham, to make sure that there's money out there to address the need that we know through programs that we can defend. But this is a policy thing for the council, but that is why the team came up with some of the recommendations they came up with.
I think you're absolutely right, Mr. Manager. These are tried and proven policies that we know that the money would be eligible for. And there's also an immediate need that address COVID-19 right now. And as I said earlier, it's been a topic of this conversation, while not a formal vote. And I told the task force that we would not be voting on how the monies will be utilized, but we'll be following what's in our work plan. And certainly the work plan talks specifically about rent relief and mortgage relief and other items that needs to be vetted by the attorney's office.
So I don't have any other speakers, and so what I'm assuming is that we would be voting on $8 million for mortgage and rental assistance, and we would also be voting for $2 million for a single-room occupancy program. And I have Ms. Johnson, and then we'll go into the next report. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. So I'm a little confused. I'm sorry. I'm on the task force, and it is a great task force. One of the things we talked about was the eviction alternative. So the city does have a program to mediate evictions, and through landlords, tenants, they can make the self-referral. So that is a way to decrease the evictions that are filed in court. So that is something that that we're working on, is mediation for the evictions. But as far as this funding, I'm confused. I'm confused because Marcus just said something that kind of added to what we were saying before. Marcus, this money that we are looking at tonight, is this what we've already approved? Is that what you just said?
Yes, Council Member Johnson. Earlier, I believe it was in April, that $5.7 million of CDBG funds, a portion of those were used for mortgage and rental relief. So we know that those are programs that will be acceptable given this additional funds related to the $20 million from this task force. So this is over and above that.
Let me peel back the layer just a little bit. That initial funding was for recipients of the House Charlotte dollars. And that's why it was administered through the Housing Partnership. And so I asked Pam a question via email, and I just want to clarify. Pam sent me an email today and said the mortgage assistance program is available to anyone earning 80% below the area median, not just House Charlotte participants, although we are especially interested in working with them to help them avoid foreclosure. The rental assistance program is available to residents residing in city-supported properties, meaning any property where the city has invested dollars into a housing unit. Were you referring to the $5.7 million? Or are you referring to this new $8 million also?
Yes, Ms. Johnson, thank you for that. My response was referring to the actions that you all took on April 13th around the initial tranche of rental assistance and mortgage assistance. You'll recall there was a big discussion about wanting to support the House Charlotte recipients, and right. There was also discussion about not just limited to them. So I believe the language on the RCA says folks earning 80% and below, including House Charlotte program participants. So that was for the initial 5.7 that we got before.
So this new money, because I've looked at on the website, I saw a code, I think ERAP or something like that is the code, and it's for approved properties. If we're talking about this new dollars, is this open to the general public to apply for rental assistance, or are there specific program or location requirements?
Yeah, so Ms. Johnson, let me just refer, if I could refer you over to our next steps on page, I think 6 of the document that you received today. In our next steps, we acknowledge that many residents are grappling with either current or soon-to-be delinquent mortgage and rent relief. So we combine this recommendation with kind of what we've been hearing at your Housing Recovery Task Force meeting, knowing that there are 1,800 pending evictions when the courts will open on June 1st. And so what we want to do is we want to build on our existing infrastructure with CMHP, but we also want to develop a systems-based approach based on what we're learning to be able to assist more residents, coupled with our mediation process that we learned about that CRC has, so we can assist more people outside of House Charlotte participants and the properties that are approved. You'll remember Mrs. Graham, Kim Graham on your task force, she is the executive director of the Apartment Association, and she talked about how there are landlords out there who have NOAA properties that are being used for affordable, and so how do we continue to work with those folks to keep them housed as well? So this is over and above our initial allocation.
So is this, again, I'm sorry, is this rent relief for the general public, or are there requirements that they live in certain properties?
No, ma'am. At this point, the biggest requirement would be for folks earning 80% and below. That's why if you'll see on our timeline, the information that you received, the anticipated timeline on page 6, we really want to work with our partners to establish what those expanded guidelines will be.
So I'm going to see if I can say this back to you, Pam. The $8 million is to model but expand beyond what we had before.
Yes, ma'am.
And to bring in more people, but the process, the requirements are, it has to be COVID-related loss, and you have to be low to moderate income to qualify.
You're exactly right.
So I think, and you have to live in the city of Charlotte. That's what I hear. But I hear the other 10 million needs to come back after we get an idea about how these evictions work. Is that correct?
That's right, and more clarification about how we can use the money.
Okay, that helped me a lot. Thank you.
And that's consistent, Madam Mayor, with the discussions that we were having in our task force meeting. So I think all the issues that we brought up over the first 4 meetings, those dollars can be applied to take care of. So I'm a little kind of confused that folks aren't more excited because we're doing exactly what you said you wanted us to do.
All right, does anyone else want to speak to the housing report?
Well, yeah, let me finish. I'm sorry. One more
I'm
question.
sorry. I thought.
Ms. Wyman also said that individuals who are living in hotels could apply for this funding. During the housing task force meeting, it was stated that the individuals in the hotels are considered homeless, and that is a county issue. So are we stepping back to say now that the city will assist individuals who are permanent residents and need assistance paying their hotel fees?
So Ms. Johnson, what I heard Mrs. Ajmira say and what I responded to was, if someone needs assistance who is in a hotel who has lost their job due to a COVID-related issue, that they could be assisted. Again, the funds have to be used for folks who are impacted due to COVID-related issue.
Okay.
And recall that, again, we've not been through this, and when we first started having our task force meetings back in April, we had not even we had not talked about this tranche of funding. We were referring to the CDBG dollars that we received and what that program was designed to do.
Okay, Ms. Johnson, any other questions?
Yeah, that's really different than what we have been advised before any other time before tonight, from the city manager, from the housing task force. So if that needs to be corrected, this is the time to put that on record. But if we are going to be assisting residents of hotels, that's great news. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I have Ms. Ajmira, and then we'll get ready to go to small business. Ms. Ajmira?
Yes, Mayor, Ms. Whiteman addressed my concerns, so I'm good, thank you.
I have another question, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Winston?
So again, this feels like new information. So this action and this recommendation is based on a vote that council took already, and you think you have all the guidance that you need to make recommendations. Is that correct?
I can't address, I mean, I don't know who are you directing the question to?
Mr. Jones, or Ms. Weidman, Mr. Jones or Ms. Weidman. Because these are staff recommendations based on a vote from April.
Yes, Mr. Winston, for the most part, there were a number of questions around what we can do with this money, and trying to get to tonight, I guess the 26th, where council was going to discuss different recommendations. All we tried to put forward is what we thought, one, there was a need, and two, something that could be defended.
So what have we, if it's based on a vote from April, what have we been spending 90 minutes each Thursday doing? Is it just a show, or are we in there to do the work to figure out how to get through this?
So, Mr. Winston, let me see if I can address this better. So, we on April 13th or April 23rd, you all approved CDBG dollars for rent relief and for mortgage relief. You had a limited amount of dollars. You approved that relief for city-supported properties in rental properties. That's where the city had invested any money in. And you also approved mortgage relief for a group of people. We started the task force. We heard, one, that the need is immediate, so we needed to do something immediate. And we also learned that we have a huge number of pending evictions, and so there needs to be more help out there. We also learned through the task force, again from Kim Graham, that we needed to look broader about who we were assisting, not just folks who were living in city-assisted properties. You've got a lot of private landlords who are doing good work, and they need some assistance. And so that is the thinking that went into, okay, now we have more dollars to work with. Let us expand on the existing infrastructure that we put in place with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Housing Partnership to try to address your concerns, the task force concerns, and to be immediate and to help more people. We know that people will need help through this crisis for a long time with both rental and mortgage. And the last thing I'll say is this new round of funding allows us to take into consideration all the great work that our partners like Crisis Assistance and the United Way Board is doing to really try to leverage this funding throughout our community, the city of Charlotte, for the long term. So we don't have all of the particulars built out, but we do know, based on what we're hearing, is that there's going to be a longer need for both rental and mortgage, and also to try to continue to partner with the county in improving social distance in shelters to get this SRO open going. So again, that's the first, that's what we've talked about for 90 minutes in the first 4 meetings. So we're trying to, again, you've heard me say a lot of times, build this plane as we go. So we're trying to be immediate and we're trying to be responsive to your concerns and to the needs of the community.
What I'm hearing is that Mr. Winston feels like while the general guidance has occurred and we were getting this report done, that he doesn't really feel like the committee had an opportunity to vote yes, no, and it's been pulled from the dialogue, but not necessarily does he feel like it's something that the entire committee suggested and recommended out. That's what I'm hearing. Mr. Winston, I'm paraphrasing.
You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct.
But again, and I'll make one point now, because my head is about to explode. I said that we informed the committee about what we were about to do as a community with the $150 million. We informed the committee that the committee would not be making any recommendations, that this would be a council decision. And we informed the committee that we would use the work plan to help staff guide those decisions. It was loud and clear on many levels over 3 meetings that rent relief and mortgage relief is the direction that we needed to go from the task force members and the public speakers that came before the task force. And
you have 2 council members that disagreed that this wasn't clear.
I'm thinking. And so that's what we did. So we were very consistent. We were very intentional, and we're literally giving you guys what you said you wanted. So I'm just a little. Maybe it's because it's late and it's been a long day, but.
Well, it has been a long day, but let me say this. I can understand what both of you are saying. I think that perhaps I may not have been as clear in saying tonight that we would like to have the recommendations, but I do hope that if people get comfortable with the description and knowing that the task force still has to come back and address the issue of mortgage and rent for the evictions, that we are headed in the right direction based upon your dialogue. It's just the formal kind of wrapping it up, and I may not have been clear and sufficiently saying that this is what we would be doing tonight. So I hope that we'll give grace to process sometimes, even though we may not have gotten there, and that we are ready to move forward. But if there's any reluctance on this from the remainder of the council or any of the council members, we will do that in a few minutes as we go forward on the agenda item.
I just want to say that I agree with Councilmember Winston. I'm sorry, Mr. Graham, but as a task force, it was not clear that actual numbers were going to be presented tonight. It wasn't.
You know, we talked about this as a council, the $50 million. It was no secret.
And maybe I didn't make it clear that, that we were going to have this on and for a vote tonight, so, with the numbers. So one of our, and I asked for the grace because we urgently need to spend this COVID money. It has a deadline. And so if we could just work around that, that would be great. So I'm ready to go to the next report, which is small business recovery. And, you know, we have 12 speakers after this before we go to approval. So let's keep on going, guys. Small business recovery.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to get us started and then turn it over to Mr. Winston, excuse me. It has been a long night. Are you ready, Braxton?
You had me nervous, I was like, something else?
Man.
Braxton, they said we look alike anyway.
It's the loss of the mustache. What can I say? I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Mitchell for details after this. So, anyway, the Small Business Recovery Task Force is made up of council members Ajmira, Bakari, Mr. Mitchell, and myself. And then we have some incredible people from the small business community and from the business community in Charlotte who've been helping us and giving us guidance. And that is Sarah Balcom with Girl Tribe, Malcolm Coley with Ernst & Young, Dave Matthews from Bank of America, Vinay Patel, SRE Hotels, Chad Turner with the LGBT Chamber of Commerce, Mark Vintner with Wells Fargo, D'Alva Wilson with the Business Advisory Committee. And we really tried to get a representation of folks in the committee on the whole spectrum of businesses. So we really appreciate all the work that they did. And we also took a lot of phone calls and emails. We had a dedicated email line, email address for small business owners to give their input as well. So we met once a week on Tuesday mornings, and we put forth a proposal for what we are calling 2 phases, Survive and Thrive Business Recovery Plan. And that is in conjunction with a couple efforts that have already started. The staff under the amazing leadership of Tracy Dodson and Holly Eskridge have put together the City of Charlotte Open for Business Initiative, which launched April 17th. And that created a comprehensive digital platform that is connecting small local businesses with residents who want to support them and let them know that they're open for business, under what conditions they are, and that they're out there. So, and then, as you all know, the council did agree back, it feels like 5 years ago,
Mm-hmm.
I think it was last month, to allocate $1 million of our existing CDBG money to a micro business grant program, and that LISC is administering. And so to carry on with that, we, as I mentioned, developed the Survive and Thrive phases to help our small business community. And we've focused on businesses that have employees of 25 or less, and that most likely did not, for whatever reason, have access to the CARES Act funding. So we really wanted to help those businesses out there that have needed a little bit of not just direct funding, but also programmatic support to get up and running so that they can let their customers know that they're open for business. So I'm going to go ahead and let Mr. Mitchell talk about the first part of that, the Survive Access to Capital program, and then I'll mention the Partner Support Program. And I just want to emphasize that those are the 2 main parts of the program that we are really asking for you guys to support tonight. The rest of it we are going to make references to with regards to the Thrive program, which is talent development, business innovation, business incubation. And while we have set aside monies allocated for those programs, nothing is set in stone. We really just want to get the $35 million, which is the first phase of this program, allocated, but in particular for these first 2 buckets of money. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor and Council. Let me just follow up. As Mayor Pro Tem mentioned, we spent a lot of time in the task force on access to capital. We heard a couple of things back in April. There was need to be an urgency to help our small businesses in our community. And so our project description, access to capital, includes a $30 million grant to our small businesses throughout the city of Charlotte. A Piedmont Rising nonprofit organization found that only 2.5% of North Carolina small businesses receive funding through the PPP program. So our access to capital, we're focused on two different categories. Businesses with less than 5 employees, they get to apply up to $10,000. Businesses with employees 6 to 25 can, a maximum will be $25,000. And we wanted to prioritize those businesses in the city of Charlotte. One, those who did not receive any federal funding. Two, did not receive any state funding. Or three, did not receive any funding from our first initial $1 million of our CDBG funds provided to the Micro Business Relief Fund. And it was clear from our discussion, we wanted to make this totally easy for small businesses to apply. One thing we heard loud and clear, that sometimes the application and information required was so intimidating. And so we came up with a menu of options to make it easy on our small businesses. So there are a couple of documents that we would like for them to have. Here are the options: a Schedule C from 2018 tax return, a lease agreement with their business name, a mortgage statement with their business name, a bank statement with their business name, an IRS letter with their EIN number, a profit and loss statement, a balance sheet, a certificate of insurance with business name, and sales and use tax report from Mecklenburg County. Once again, I really like to thank Councilmember Ashmere, because she talked about from her experience, someone preparing taxes, that some of the things we need to make it very easy for small businesses to be able to obtain without spending extra costs just to apply for our funding. I'm excited about the work we did. I think it sends a strong message tonight that the Small Business Task Force really believe in our small business community, and this is a first step in our survival to really get money out there in our community to our small businesses. Mayor Pro Tem, I turn it back over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mitchell. The other part of that, in addition to the $30 million, is a $2 million allocation that we're going to use for small business partner support grants. And what those are is that is open to any organization that wants to, that has a plan to help Charlotte small businesses that fit into the same category that we are trying to help with the Access to Capital program, but it might be done in a different way. So it would be done in a way that the direct grant or Access to Capital program cannot accomplish. So again, that's open. We don't have the specifics out yet as to what the requirements would be, but it would be more us saying, this is your criteria, let us know what you would like to do. We are trying to make it easy. The other portions of the program then, and again, that's what we're really hoping that council can get behind tonight, are those two pieces. And the $250,000, which is the Open for Business platform. Again, I mentioned once, but I have to reiterate how helpful and how much work Tracy Dodson and her team has done, and Holly Eskridge on this program, and we thank them for that. And so the $250,000 is to really build out that Open for Business platform as the city's portal for information and for connection for small businesses. In addition to that, and we tried to share, we kind of split up all the council members and tried to get this information to you on a timely basis, but I know it probably came a little bit late, but the remaining buckets that we've identified are an intensive career cohort program that would focus on paid training and work-based learning experiences with guaranteed job placements and a focus on high growth industries. And we've done a set aside for $1.5 million for that. $750,000, which would be for workforce development support. And that would be working with partners and providers to sort of a revision of our Project Peace, or a continuation of our Project Peace program. And then the other area is a business-to-business small business accelerator program. Councilmember Bokhari's done a lot of work on that, and that will also be a platform that is meant to help a lot of different businesses in the community. through a cohort of businesses who can give them some technical digital assistance. And I'm not going to try to wade into waters that I don't know enough about, but we've set aside $500,000 for that. And again, these are still programs that we're building out. So we don't, we're just asking you to approve those buckets. And there is flexibility in that. We can come back and work on that. But with that, we really are asking for your support. And I don't know if Ms. Ajmira or Mr. Bakari want to add anything to the work that we've done.
Yeah, I would just add one point, other than obviously thanking all of you as well, is that when you look at the $30 million bucket as it relates to, and you'll see that we've purposely used the word access to capital. We want to be very proactive and transparent to the community. There are some things that we still have to figure out in order to deploy this capital, because the federal funds comes with a timeline and its own limitations, and we reside under state statute that also has limitations that are at a bit of odds with each other right now. So we've been in deep conversations with the city attorney on this, and we've come to a simple conclusion, that is, our small businesses desperately need this access to capital in our community, and we are going forward designing the program, allocating an amount of money, and then we'll move into next phases after this of choosing our partners for administrative elements and things like that. But there's a big question mark that still has to be solved in order for us to understand, can this take the form of grants or loans or some other thing? So we just want to be real transparent with everyone that we understand that's still a bit of a hanging chat out there. However, we also understand that we're not the only group right now that's in this situation. The county's experiencing something similar. The state themselves are experiencing something similar. So we feel very confident that as a team, we can all come together and address this and figure it out. But in the meantime, we're going to continue on and make sure that there's nothing holding us back as an organization, getting to a point where we understand how these funds are going to be deployed. And then hopefully that will have solved itself in parallel. But I think it's important for us to note that that is indeed an ongoing item in our critical path that we're very much cognizant of.
All right. So
thanks. I think Ms. Ajmira has a comment.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I was just going to add, just so that we are being objective and fair in our partnership, whether it's career cohorts or small business accelerator, there would be an evaluation criteria, and that will be open to everyone, for everyone to apply. So, if you have an organization or if anyone reaches out to you who is interested in applying for this partnership, it's open to everyone. So I just want to make sure, we have gotten some requests about that. So please let them know that it is open to all organizations.
Okay, thank you. This has been some great work.
Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, with that, we would, of course, we would like our colleagues' comments on the deployment of phase one of the $35 million. But I would like to make a motion that we adopt round one of the COVID relief budget for small businesses and workforce for the $35 million allocated in the following areas: the $250,000 open for business, $30 million for small business access to capital, $2 million for small business partner support program access to capital, $1.5 million for the intensive care career cohorts, $750,000 for workforce development support, and $500,000 for the small business accelerator support program.
So we've got 12 speakers to speak on this topic, and we have to have a motion, and I was hoping that we would do all three of them at the same time. So if we could go to agenda item number 12.
Second.
Which is, okay. Okay, which is, I want to say, we've still got speakers here, so I'm going to read the actions and so that the speakers can know what we're talking about if they've been listening. to adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $154 million plus from the Coronavirus Relief Fund provided by the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, and the COVID stimulus fund, and accept the Charlotte Recovery Task Force reports for the Aviation Department, for housing, and for small businesses as outlined by the task forces, and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary contracts and agreements related to those recommendations in the fund. So we have 12 speakers signed up. Each speaker will have 2 minutes. The first speaker is Cherise Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, our fellow city council members, and our city staff for opening the floor for public discussion. I come before you as a lifelong Charlotte resident and the executive director of the West Side Community Land Trust, but most importantly, as a community member with relationships and experiences with some of our community's most vulnerable residents. During COVID-19, I have witnessed the exacerbation of challenges among vulnerable groups and people, specifically housing challenges like that of the Days Inn residents and the thousands of residents that are facing impending displacement as the eviction moratorium is lifted, largely due to the economic implications of COVID-19. While I acknowledge and appreciate the allocation of the first wave of CARES Act funding that is assisting with homelessness prevention and affordable housing efforts, I would like to suggest that a portion of the $155 million of federal COVID response funds be provided to support a strategy that prevents displacement, both for renters and homeowners, while also reappropriating land and space for permanent affordability. The Westside Community Land Trust employs an empirically proven model that stabilizes communities, protects families during market fluctuations, generates wealth for families with limited incomes, addresses racial inequities and access to stable housing and home ownership, and creates affordability in perpetuity, the only model of its kind in all of Charlotte-Mecklenburg. We would like to partner with the city in response to shorter-term housing challenges exacerbated by COVID in a strategic way that also supports a much larger, longer-term impact. We are uniquely positioned as a resilient city with a resilient budget to support the creation of resilient communities. We have a strategy that I will be submitting to you all in the Recovery Task Force's Housing Committee in the coming days, and hope that we can leverage this opportunity to emerge from this COVID-19 pandemic in a more equitably resilient and inclusive way. I appreciate your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Blackman. Our next speaker is Michael Comer. Mr. Comer? All right. Is it a technical issue or is he not available? All right, we'll check, come back. Mr. Clifton Castillo? Clifton Castillo?
Yes, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Clifton Castillo, and I currently serve as the president of the Plaza Midwood Merchants Association. We've been watching the city council meetings and the meetings of the Small Business Recovery Task Force for weeks, and we've been anxiously awaiting this day and the outcome of tonight's vote on the Small Business Recovery Task Force proposal of $30 million towards small business grants. Plaza Midwood feels great pride in our history of supporting small businesses. We're a place where small businesses can take root and thrive. The original Family Dollar store, Pick and Pay Shoes, W.T. Harris opened his first grocery store here on Central Avenue. And there are many other examples like the Common Market, Midwood Smokehouse. Small businesses are not just a secondary feature, but they're an essential part of what makes Charlotte such a vibrant and welcoming city. They define our neighborhoods, and it is vital and appropriate that they have a strong, singular voice before city, county, and state government. This is why we in Plaza Midwood have united with similar organizations who represent small businesses and small business owners in the formation of the Charlotte Small Business Coalition. The grant relief proposal that is before you tonight represents a very real and necessary lifeline for Charlotte small businesses who employ thousands of residents and influence the quality of life in every neighborhood of the city. We urge you to provide relief now during the survive phase, but also to reserve substantial grant funding during the thrive phase as well, so that every small business can feel that their city is behind them in what will be an ongoing fight for survival. Just because we're entering phase 2 of opening doesn't mean that things are solved for our small businesses. In Plaza Midwood and across the city, businesses are making up for lost revenue due to a required closure. So thank you so much for all you've done to get us to this critical point. And to you, our City Council, Madam Mayor, and City staff, I want to express our appreciation from all the small businesses on the Central Avenue corridor who have been
All
suffering
right,
so long.
I have to cut you off so that we can do this. We're going to get everybody in, but thank you, Mr. Costello. I'm going to go back to Michael Comer. Mr. Comer? All right. I don't know what happened. All right, I was told to go back, and I guess we haven't gotten that straightened out. So, Michelle Castillo? Michelle Castillo?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for having me. Good evening to all of you, and kudos to your stamina for these calls. I've been with you since 4:30, and my children are surprised that we've been just speaking now. But I'm speaking on behalf of small businesses. I am married to the guy that just spoke, Clifton, but we own a small business in Plaza Midwood, and we actually operate both as a small business with under 25 employees and also as a micro business as a landlord to 3 small businesses within our own building. So these grants, I can't say enough about how much it means to me as a business owner, our community in Plaza Midwood, to know that the city is pushing behind to support and taking a stance against turning only towards big business to be supportive of, but really standing behind small business and making us feel like we are in a place where we will be supported, hired by, and patronized by our city members from all around different parts of the city. So I just wanted to say thank you for getting us to this point. These grants are so important. The last thing another small business needs is a loan to have to repay and get themselves out of an already really dire situation. So thank you for your time tonight. I'll keep it quick and appreciate all you've done so far.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear from you, Michelle.
Thank you.
All right, the next speaker we have is Jim Doc Foster. Jim Foster or Doc Foster?
Yeah, my friends call me Doc because I'm a professor at Queens. So good evening, Mayor Lyles,
thank you.
Members of City Council. First of all, thank you so much for your service in these unprecedented times. And I may be a little different than some of the other speakers in that we don't actually qualify for any of these grants, but what we do qualify for is loving Charlotte and wanting to lean in and support small businesses. We have had the privilege of operating our little pub, restaurant in Myers Park for 30 years. It'll be June 16th. And I want to support people that have similar dreams. They're doing a great job in the community. And I also want to offer the support with the blessing of Dean, our business dean, Rick Matthew, of all of the resources in McCall School of Business on a volunteer basis to help any businesses that need help in crafting or recrafting business plans to make it. We want everybody to make it. And unless we all make it, we don't get Charlotte back. And I'll make your evening just a little shorter. Thank you so much for your service. I have never been more optimistic in the people that I've met, and Charlotte is coming back.
Thank you. Can I get Cajun wings on the way home?
Oh, absolutely. And we're going to do a special pizza too.
Thanks. Next, we're going to hear from Hollis Nixon.
Hey, this is Hollis Nixon. I'm currently helping with the Charlotte Small Business Coalition. Previously, I was the president of the NODA Neighborhood and Business Association and volunteered for my neighborhood and my city for 15 years. So thank you to the Small Business Recovery Task Force. I'm a woman-owned small business with less than 5 employees here in Charlotte, and my concrete shop is located in an opportunity corridor. My business recently became a certified SBE with the City of Charlotte. I had to temporarily close our doors for about a month, though we're back up and running now, and it became a full-time job applying for loans and grants out there. Though most grants available are national with a small possibility of getting awarded. And there are costs to apply with no full-time bookkeeper, accountant, or lawyer. Those that were lucky to receive loans are now facing loan debt, had to for self-preservation. But most people were not that fortunate, and many small businesses have been shut down entirely. So I urge council to vote tonight in favor of allocating the grant money outlined by the task force. It'll give many the lifeline that is so desperately needed and needed now. Months may seem short in the long term, but it has been a crippling lifetime to a small business owner. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nixon. Ruth Hostinger?
Hey,
Hey,
good
how you
evening,
doing?
everybody.
Yeah.
Well, you know me. You can pronounce my
I
name.
know, I'm sorry, it's been a long day.
It's been a long
I have
day.
to just say, I can barely read my own name.
Yes, I'm Bruce Knopfsinger, and I co-founded Topics Education here in Charlotte nearly 25 years ago. I'm also part of the Charlotte Small Business Coalition. I want to thank the Council and the Small Business Recovery Task Force for focusing efforts on assisting small businesses like mine. And thank you for the opportunity to share my perspective and insight with you this evening. The assistance grants are vital for surviving. The plan recommended by the task force and endorsed by the Charlotte Small Business Coalition is a fantastic approach to enable surviving and then spur thriving. You know, even absent a global pandemic, being in a business for 25 years requires you to evolve and even pivot when circumstances dictate. All successful businesses do that, but especially small businesses. We're nimble. We anticipate and react to needs and changes in the marketplace. And like my company, so many others in the small business community may change aspects of their business, but they stay in Charlotte, even if it's in 6 or 7 different office spaces over 25 years. And you know, it's kind of funny to think about that because when I was at Davidson in the late 80s, I did not see myself living in Charlotte. Now I can't imagine being anywhere else. The plan that you must vote on tonight to provide grants and to facilitate collaboration and innovation in and among Charlotte's business ecosystems embodies what I love about Charlotte. We have an interconnectedness, and I'm confident that the efforts will both benefit from the interconnected nature of Charlotte. Here's how I look at it. The Charlotte small business community is like a tapestry of diverse threads that when woven together is strong and beautiful, form and function. But I can't overemphasize this. Being interconnected and possessing entrepreneurial grit and ingenuity are not enough to weather this COVID storm and its ongoing effects.
I have to cut you off.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Uday Verde.
Thank you, Madam Liles. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Liles and respected council members. It's been a long day tonight. So I'm representing Carolina Business Alliance, which is an organization that formed in the last 5 weeks, to ensure like most of the South Asian businesses and the Asian businesses are able to survive and sustain during this time. So we are trying to help them in finding ways. So mostly minority and women-based, businesses in this, tough times and the crisis times. So tonight I'm here, as we are working with Charlotte Small Business Coalition to support this small business grant program. And we appreciate, if you guys can vote this and help the small businesses survive and sustain in our city. Thank you, ma'am, and give back the time.
Thank you very much. Jatanya Adams.
Greetings.
Adams.
Hi, Mayor. Greetings to you and to the rest of council. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on behalf of our small businesses tonight. I want to definitely lift up minority-owned businesses and women-owned businesses. And I want to definitely say that we appreciate, and we being the Historic West End partners, being a part of the Greater West Collaborative, which includes Ms. Virginia Keogh from Swan, Melissa Gaston from NEC, Ricky Hall from West Boulevard, and of course myself for the Historic West End Partners. And we have teamed together with the Charlotte Small Business Coalition, chaired by Chad Turner. So thank you all for your leadership. Want to thank Councilman James Mitchell for his great leadership with the Greater West. He's been meeting with us pre-COVID for many, many months. And so what I want to bring to our attention is the West End alone has 108 businesses on our roster, and that doesn't include the other 3 corridors. They are suffering. We know where they were pre-COVID. We know that they were not able to access a lot of the other programs because they did not have the capital to leverage these reimbursable programs that we have. So I ask tonight that you please approve of the amount that has been asked for so that we may move them forward. They have rents, utilities, and of course the taxes there are high. Gentrification, the OZ fund has caused a lot of other issues. We need our beat out front loaded so that we will be able to support and train them. So I thank you, Council Member Isel, for saying that we can leverage other support entities, because the Business District Organization Program is an excellent avenue, urban Maine, and so we need these things front loaded so we can level set and help them to use the monies that you're going to give them. I think grant them. I appreciate in advance that you'll do that so that we can show them how to leverage, level set, and be in position to thrive, even though they were in a deeper chasm than many of their colleagues. So thank you again for your support.
Okay, Pap Nadai. Hi, Pap. Are you still there?
I'm here. Bye. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. I miss
Good to
being
hear
out
from
with
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for everything. And thank you for your leadership. And thank you for our council's members. I am the oldest owner-operated business in the Plaza Midwood. And we are in our 24 years and have seen anything like this in this challenging time. Tonight, it is important for the City Council to vote and approve the $30 million in grant funding for small businesses. We want to thank the Charlotte Small Businesses Coalition for their work and the Small Businesses Task Force for their proposal. Please say yes and vote in favor of providing this needed assistance of our small businesses. Thank you. I don't want to say more because Vi's going to shut me off.
Thank you, Pap. Really appreciate you.
You're welcome, baby.
All right.
Thanks much, sis.
Okay,
Peace
only
and
Pap
blessings.
gets to call me baby on this one now.
Oh, actually, oh man, me, you know, I'm African. I'm going to do me.
I know that.
Yeah, you are my sister.
Thank you, Pap.
Peace and blessings.
Thank you. Coretta Livingston. Coretta?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, and all the other council members for allowing me to speak. I am a small business owner. I'm a mother and a taxpayer, and I just appreciate the opportunity. I'd also like to thank Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Eiffel, Ms. Ajmera, and Mr. Bakari for your support with the Recovery Task Force. I have 3 businesses that I've owned for more than 10 years, and as a business owner, we need the grants to help sustain our businesses. I personally have been impacted by losing my job also at Radio 1, where I was there for 8 years and loved it. You know, it's hard to get up 6:30 in the morning to do one job and to come and run your own businesses, you know, after you get off work, but what I do. I am in the process of closing one of my businesses due to COVID just because I've applied for so many services and I have not gotten any money to help me. I want to also thank the Historic West End Partners and the Charlotte Small Business Coalition, which represents more than 200 businesses combined in different groups in helping to keep us, you know, sustained in this. Most of us have not gotten any funding, so please consider passing this bill for our small businesses. And it's imperative that we get this assistance grant, and it needs to be grants because we really don't need to incur any additional debt in this uncertain time. And again, I appreciate you and thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the small businesses.
Thank you very much, Ms. Livingstone. Renetta Powell?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please.
Great.
We appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Bernetta Powell. I'm a Black female small business owner, also president of the Historic West End Business Advisory. And we tonight are seeking help from the city for small and micro businesses. My retail wholesale store is called West End Fresh Seafood Market, fresh from the CDU. We're located in the historic West End quarter at 2206 Batesford Road. We are a legacy business that's been operating for 22 years. We've seen property values surge due to gentrification, opportunity zone buy-ins, and then on top of that, property taxes increased 70%. We already could not leverage the city's grant programs because it was a reimbursement match. And now, COVID-19. Our industry has been hit hard. Food, supplies costs are through the roof. Having to purchase extra supplies, gloves, masks, and labor for cleaning. And don't mention mortgages, rent, utility, and other expenses. Small businesses need the support and financial help of the city so we can continue to survive and thrive. We provide services to the community. We employ members of the community. The support of the city is essential to our existence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great to hear from you. Now I want to go back. Michael Comer.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you for your patience. Come.
Oh, no worries. Thank you. Yes, my name is Mike Comer, and I appreciate your time. I'm a sports photographer. My company covers events all over the eastern half of the United States. I hire about a dozen freelance photographers each year. I'm also a photo finisher. My studio's in-house lab has its own production, but the bigger plan is to open our lab up to serve other professionals across the nation. I rent 6,000 square feet for our lab in what's becoming LoSo. At the time COVID arrived, I was employing 2 people at the lab with plans to expand to about 15. Our business has been devastated by forced shutdowns. The YMCA of America, for example, canceled events that have run continuously since 1947. From a span of March 6th to 8th, I lost about $100,000 in revenue from cancellations nationwide, leaving both our freelance photographers and our local production team completely without work. For me, relief has been exceedingly hard to come by. I missed the EIDL. My PPP I barely qualified for under interim final guidance, and that's possibly going to be overturned, in which case that relief is going to become a loan. I'm still waiting to hear back from my LISC grant application. Rent in particular is a major burden. Unlike at the airport or housing discussed earlier, the only options my landlord was willing to discuss involves their being paid in full over time. Time relief even only comes with the landlord option to give me notice to vacate. That's why I'm in favor of grants. Forced to close, killing revenues, but I'm not getting relief for my major expenses. Keep in mind that rent can only be 25% of my PPP. How can I take out more debt when Duke Energy, credit cards, Verizon, my landlord, other vendors are being made whole? Where's the shared burden? Grants fix this. I would gladly hand grant money over to big businesses, but I would prefer to close before going further into debt to do it.
Mr. Comer, thank you for your remarks. I think we've got a really good grounding with your description of your work and what you're doing. And I can't imagine a more enjoyable job than photographing a lot of great sports people, you know. So that is the end of our speakers list. Again, the action is to adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $154 million plus from the CARES Act and accept the Charlotte Recovery Task Force reports for implementation, authorizing the city manager to execute the necessary contracts and agreements to do so. Do we have any speakers from the council? I need a motion. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion for A and B. We have a second, so now we're open for discussion.
And I'd like to offer a substitute motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
My hand was up. I can wait in line if I want.
I'm taking it in order. I have you and then followed by Ms. Johnson.
So I believe it would be portion B on this motion. So correct me if I'm wrong on this, Mr. Manager, but I would offer a substitute motion to take recommendation number 7 in the airport task force recommendations to set that one aside, so to single that out for a deferral, so that the substance of the conversation we had earlier, those questions, any possibilities of redrafting that, subject to the conversation, can be thoroughly vetted and brought back.
Okay, so can you restate it again, Mr. Baker? Can you restate, Mr. Jones?
Well, I think what Councilmember Newton is asking is to pull, instead of adding F to item 7, just pull item 7 completely, vet it, and bring it back?
Is that what?
Yes, sir. Okay. So a deferral on number 7 within the airport task force recommendations, so that we can discuss it further as a council, have questions answered, and possibly redraft it pursuant to those discussions.
Okay, we have a
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can I just get a clarification on Mr. Newton's request or substitute motion?
Yes, please.
Would that prevent us, though? Would that limit us in any way if we approved item B with as is, so that the manager could at least start working on contracts? I'm trying to go back to the...
I think that, let me see if I can say this back. I thought that Mr. Newton was saying only on the Airport Economic Recovery Group, there on page 3, there's a number 7. And he's asking to come back with the number 7, which has A, B, C. If you've got the report in front of you, it's about continue to work with both prime concession contract holders and their sub-concessionaire partners to provide rent relief where feasible legally, operationally, and financially. Current items under consideration, and there are lists. And earlier, Mr. Newton had suggested that we add the health insurance provision that has been discussed, and that he is now asking that we take that list of item number 7 on page 3 and bring that back, and not approve that, but bring that back after some more review by the airport task force. Did I restate that correctly, Mr. Newton?
Yes, ma'am, and by council. So just so we can all, kind of further wrap our heads around it. So do you want it to come back for council discussion, or do you want it to go back to the task force first? Well, so I don't know where we are with the task forces. If this is one item, I think maybe in kind of a smaller singular item, maybe it is better suited to come back to us as a council. Tell me what you want to do. You can your call. How is your motion to bring it back to council? Is that your substitute? Yes, ma'am. I'd ask that it be brought back to council. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second from Ms. Johnson. So any discussion? And I have discussion from Mr. Winston, followed by Mr. Driggs, and then followed by Mr. Bakari.
So is this substitute motion, are we going to vote on just that number 7, or is that for A and B plus the addition of what Mr. Newton added?
The substitute motion would add that as an addition from Mr. Newton, and it has been seconded by Ms. Johnson. We would vote on the substitute motion first.
Yeah, because I would like to, I'll tell you what I want to do. I want to separate the task force recommendations into each 3, because I would like a chance to look at the housing task force recommendations. Second. Housing task.
Wait a minute. I did not even, I'm trying to hear what Mr. Winston said. You wanted, Mr. Winston, would you please restate what you'd like to accomplish?
Yes, ma'am. I want to accept the funds, but I want to vote on the task force recommendations separately.
I don't know why it fades out like that. Like I couldn't hear what he was saying at the end.
He'd like
So
to accept the funds in one motion and then have 3 separate votes for each thing that was presented. And we already have one motion and second on the floor for one of them.
Well, we have wait a minute. I think we have a substitute motion on the floor. We can't do another substitute motion. I understand.
I'll retract my motion, Madam Mayor, to consider Mr. Winston's substitute motion and then re-raise mine in that section.
That's fine. You can do that. All right, just for the record, Mr. Newton has withdrawn his motion. Mr. Winston, you're recognized to make a substitute motion.
I would like to make a substitute motion to accept the coronavirus relief funds in one motion and have 3 separate motions that deal with each task force recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for that. All right, so we now have a substitute motion. I have Mr. Driggs after Mr. Winston. Mr. Driggs.
Can't hear you.
Mr. Driggs.
Madam Mayor, I was going to comment on the airport recommendation. So I think we need to know the outcome of this action, in which case I would talk about it when it comes up for a vote.
Okay. Mr. Bakari, do you want to speak to the substitute motion?
No, I'd just like to get Mr. Winston's motion approved because, I mean, there's no other way to do this. And I'm quite frankly shocked and surprised with all the planning we put into this coming into today that this has been executed in the fashion that it has, where this should be a no-brainer where each one gets to present. And I don't know how we got here. So please, yes, let's just move forward and vote on Mr. Winston's stuff before this gets any more bungled.
All right, then. Thank you. All right, so we have a motion on A to adopt the budget ordinance appropriating, we have to vote on the substitute motion to vote on each one separately. So all in favor of having, it would be an A, B, C, D motion, okay? All right, so all in favor of the substitute motion, please. I have to do a roll call vote on this. All right, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yeah.
No?
Yes.
Okay. And the remainder of the council, would you please say yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Yes.
He said yes. Mr. Graham said yes. Okay, so now the first item is to adopt the budget ordinance appropriating the CARES Act fund. I have to read out 6 names. Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson. Mr. Newton.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, this is A? This is letter A?
This is A, yes.
Yes. Aye.
Mr. Bakari.
Yes.
Mr. Driggs.
Yes.
And if all the remainder of the council would say yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, now the next item would be to accept the Aviation Task Force report recommendations. May I have a motion?
I would move to approve.
All right, and do I have a second? I'm sorry, I didn't know who said approve. Who said approve? Mr.
Ed?
Mr. Driggs said approve.
Yes.
Do I have a second? Hearing no second, do I have another motion?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Mayor. I would make the motion to approve with the exception of recommendation number 7 which will be deferred to the entire council.
All right, and deferred to address the issues raised during the prior discussion.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, do I have a second?
Second.
I couldn't hear who said that.
Second.
Okay, all right, so we have a second. All right, so let's start with Mr. Eggleston. I'm sorry, is there any discussion? Mr. Driggs, you said that you wanted to discuss. Mr. Driggs.
Yes, I'm concerned that we should really hear from the airport director what the effect is of removing 7. I thought the best cure for the issue raised by Mr. Newton was to include a provision that said that we would continue to work on the issue of health insurance and make a decision about whether or not to require health insurance as a condition for these other things. But the items covered in 7 have been the subject of lengthy negotiations, and I think we achieved the same purpose by just saying that Council will discuss the question of whether or not to require health insurance as a condition for these items, and put that in instead of taking 7 out in its entirety.
Mr. Newton, was that your intent to take 7 out in its entirety?
Yes, ma'am, it was my intent to take it out in its entirety.
Okay, so he has made a motion to do so. I guess there could be a substitute motion, but I think Mr. Driggs has asked Mr. Cagle to address the concern if we take out A, B, C, if we delay or defer A, B, C, D, and E as recommended in the Air Force Economic Recovery Program. And I hope all of you can read those things because I don't know. Do you have that material in front of you? So that I don't have, it's to allow the concessionaires to determine operating hours during the crises and recovering, to waive annual certified audit requirements for FY 2020 and allow them to submit annual statements from their CFO or CEO, adjust annual revenue guarantees, provide concessionaires payment flexibility, and allow HMS hosts and parodies to defer fixed-base rental payments. And so then those are the items that are included in 7. All right, so.
Madam Mayor?
Yes?
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
If Mr. Newton would consider in his motion, since that, there is, council clearly would like to get more information about this, but it doesn't really impact the way the rest of the money is used. So couldn't the motion be stated in such a way that would allow the rest of the work? These committees have put in a lot of work into these recommendations. So I hate to see the whole thing get held up. Could we not just carve that out to go back to committee for them to get clarification on that? Because it seems to be really a legal issue that doesn't encumber the other components of the committee.
So is that a substitute motion, or Mr. Driggs asked Mr. Cagle to address the impact of it, but we could have a substitute motion for that? I have a substitute motion to include 7 through A through E, and then to address the health insurance issue coming back directly to council.
Yes, that would be my motion, my substitute motion.
Your substitute motion, and do we have a second? We have a second. And now, Mr. Cagle, the impact of plus or minus all of those items staying in for deferral, or what would happen if we deferred items A through E? What would be the impact? Is that the question, Mr. Driggs?
Yes, Mayor, it is, because of the ongoing conversations on those topics.
Okay.
So I'm going to try to, I'm thinking through how to answer this in the best way. I guess what I would say, in my opinion, is items, well, let me back up. I believe the 2 largest items here of the 5, A, B, C, D, and E, are items C and items E. And so I believe that item A really is continuing what we're doing. If that were deferred, I guess the question that I would have is, do I need to stop doing that and allowing it until further discussion, because we are already doing that, and that is a benefit to the concessionaires. But if this is not approved, I guess the question on A is, do I need to tell them they can't do that? Item B, again, I don't think was a controversial issue. It's really about cost savings specific to the smaller concessionaires. The C is a large one. That is one of the largest items and is the bulk of the $7 million. So that one would be very material and would probably need to be deferred based on this discussion. D is really just a matter of how we handle the annual settlement. So again, it's not a large dollar item. E, however, is also a large dollar item. So I would suggest that possibly if there were a modification, it would be to approve 7A, B, and D, defer C and E.
I think that you've addressed
Oh, I'm sorry.
it. No, I think you've addressed it. I think that you're saying that most of these are really necessary for you to continue under the plan that for the revenue concession for the concessionaires and the retailers to be able to see some benefit quickly. You would want to continue A through E, and we would still come back on the health insurance. That's what I heard you saying.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
Madam,
I have a list. All right.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Newton has spoken, but I think that you made the motion, and so we'll go to the people that have not spoken, Mr. Newton. So it's
I'm sorry.
Ms. Johnson?
Screen.
What?
Can you pull that up on the screen? We're getting a lot of letters and a lot of detail. Is there a way you can pull that up on the screen?
Okay.
Because we're on our computer.
Okay.
So we're all on the same page.
Donata's working on it, Ms. Johnson.
Thanks.
I think the question is, no one had a question about these items when they were presented. It's just the question of adding the health insurance that Mr. Newton has, or everyone has suggested, that's talked about coming back with that to the council directly, not the task force. So you wouldn't convene the task force again. It would be a council discussion. All right, go back up. Scroll. I think there's the first one. That's the last page, I think. It's on the very top.
If I might, too, if you flip over to Granicus on your computer or your iPad, you just lose your video, but you can get into the agenda without losing the audio of our meeting.
This was not in my Granicus. None of this stuff was in my Granicus for my agenda this week. I'm in here right now, and it's not.
Mr. Winston, it was emailed.
Yes, I have no idea. There's so much information that was not included in our Granicus, in our anything.
When was it emailed?
It was all prepared and ready to go Wednesday and Thursday. So I don't know, Councilman Winston, but I feel the same pain that you do right now. This is unfortunate that we're going through this.
Guys, it may be unfortunate, but you have to give a lot of grace. Everybody, that we are working with a staff of the same 10 people every day, still turning out meetings every week. And the information goes out as quickly as we can pull it together. And not every report was done and ready to go. And we tried to, or the staff tried to do it as an effort. So while it may be, I'm just saying.
Most of staff is confused as we are right now, Madam Mayor.
Well, they haven't said that to me, Mr. Bakari. Okay.
It is in your email. So, guys, it's in your email at 1:37 this afternoon from Marie Harris. So this document that I'm showing on the screen was emailed to everyone at 1:37 this afternoon.
There are a few things going on today.
Okay.
Sorry.
So now you can see the list of 7 through A through E. All right, so I think I had Ms. Johnson. Is that the only speaker I had before Mr. Newton again? All right, so Are there any other questions? Okay, well, Ms. Johnson, we'll go back to Mr. Newton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so I think it's really important, and there are 6 other items. These are all items that that were passed by the task force, items that will benefit the airport and make sure that the businesses there stay in business. But I think from the standpoint, if we're really serious as a council about ensuring that everyone survives this, including the employees at the airport, the folks who are the face of Charlotte. When anyone comes through, the vast majority of people don't stick around. They get connecting flights and go through. Then this is how we do it, right? We don't kind of give up the baby here. What we do is we say we'll have to work this out. And from the standpoint of passing. Say 7 without working that out previously, but I don't quite understand how we're going to be able to work that out subsequently. And so I think, the whole point here, of course, is to continue to work on this, but deferring 7 really allows us to actually do that rather than, passing it all and saying we're going to work on it after the fact, or alternatively, deferring it piecemeal. So that's why I'm against the substitute motion, and I think that once again, if we're really serious about helping the employees who will lose their health insurance, then we don't give subsidies out until we ensure that all of that is worked out.
All right, we have a substitute motion. I don't have any other speakers, so I need to go through the roster on the substitute motion. And I believe the substitute motion is to adopt the airport economic recovery report and to refer the health insurance issue to the city council for additional discussion. So I will start with Ms. Isolt. Mayor Pro Tem, this is a vote on the substitute motion.
To defer the whole.
No, your substitute motion was to approve all of what's in 7 and to refer to come back to the city council, the health care insurance issue.
It's your motion.
Yes, then I support it.
All right, so Ms. Ajmira. Ms. Ajmir.
Yes, can you come back to me, please? Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mitchell?
I'm sitting here, guys, I don't know if it's a long night, but what's the difference between Matt's motion and Mayor's Pro Tem motion?
The Mayor Pro Tem
I'm glad you
would
asked.
explain it. Explain your motion, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
So, as I understand it, Matt would like to send all of the work that the airport committee did back to committee, or no, to council,
Item 7, just item 7.
Oh, no. Just item 7.
Just item 7, 1 through 6, we pass. Item 7, we defer and bring it back. That's what I'm saying.
I think the difference is item 7 is the work that has been recommended for the sub-concessionaires. So all of the people that run the little retail and the restaurants and all of that, it's not about host parodies, but it would mean the Gaithers, the people that were on this, the Gaithers and those folks would not be able to benefit from A through E. That's the way I heard it. Did I hear that correctly?
But is that true, though? That's what I'm struggling
with.
That's
what I'm turning to Mr. Cagle. That's what I think he said, is that he is doing A right now. And if we stop that, he would stop. And then,
but wouldn't we have to vote to stop it? If we defer, that to me is not taking the action to stop.
He would stop until the council made a decision. And
but we haven't made one yet, and he's doing it right now. So to me, deferring does not mean stop.
Well, okay, so
I mean,
that's an amendment to say, I think the way he answered it is that he said that he was doing A, and I'm going to let Mr. Cagle speak again. Mr. Cagle, what is the impact of deferral of
I
7?
apologize. I assumed that by deferring it, there would be a lack of support to continue or institute the items under A through E. If that's not the case, then I think that is what Ms. Watlington was sort of alluding to. I'm not sure that I understood the motion, and so I was making the assumption that if it's deferred, the items A through E would need to also be deferred or discontinued. And I don't
But you're
understand
doing
if that's
you're
correct
doing
or
much
not.
of it. You're doing much of it right now, and we haven't taken any action, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So
That was my understanding too, what Victoria's saying.
So then that would tell me that we can defer, you continue as is, and
Well, that's not in the motion, so I don't mean to quibble about this, but the motion needs to be clear what we're trying to do. So if you're saying continue to do the work A through D or E while we defer, is that what you're saying, Ms. Watlington?
Well,
That the airport director would continue to do A through E until the council made a final decision.
That's what I would support, but I will defer to Mayor Pro Tem because it's her motion.
Yeah, I apologize, Mr. Newton. If your intent with your motion was to carry forward with all the other actions that the committee has recommended, then that's fine. My goal was to have just that one item sent back to committee for discussion and let everything else move forward.
And if I can comment on that, so I think that Mrs. Watlington is correct. You know, A seems to be something that's already happening, so it was my assumption that A would continue. I think B through E are items that would need to, that aren't happening right now, that would need to have action taken on them. So I guess, so if I could enter another motion, that motion would be to exclude item 7 with the exception of allowing A to continue until, so defer 7, but allow A to continue until we come back with final decision. Does that make sense?
A, which ones were the ones that you were already doing?
A is already being done, and then I commented to say that B is a fairly small but important item to the small concessionaire operators, and D is really just sort of a matter of course. It's not really, it doesn't require a contract amendment. The two biggest items in these are C and E, and what I'm not understanding is if A through E are predicated on a future F, and if so, I guess I'm not understanding if there is a new measure associated with insurance, are all of these other predicated on it first? And I just don't understand.
All right, to give clear direction to the aviation director. I think it's simple to, I think it's difficult sometimes when each council member has an interpretation of what it means. So I'm just going to say that we really need to give clear direction to the staff. And the motion was that we would continue A through E, or would implement A through E. The substitute motion was, and then the F would be coming back directly to the council. That was the motion.
So
the substitute motion.
If I may comment on that, Mayor?
I think we're at a pace that we've commented on it is pretty much what the motion was, and it's a substitute motion, so I think we can call for the vote. I heard what Ms. Watlington said and what you said, Mr. Newton, as well, but the motion is the motion.
Oh.
So I'm going to start again, and with Mayor Pro Tem, the substitute motion.
So basically, the substitute motion is to pass 7 and then wait to do an F later. Is what I'm understanding. What you're saying, Madam Mayor.
I'm saying that was the substitute motion that was on the table. Yes. All right. So Mayor Pro Tem, would you still like to have the substitute motion?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to call the roster now for the voting on the substitute. All right, Ms. Iselt? Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
No,
Okay. Mr. Mitchell?
No.
All right, Mr. Winston?
No.
Mr. Eggleston?
No.
Mr. Graham?
No.
Ms. Watlington?
No.
Okay, so that's 6. I will go through, because this is a contested one, we'll go through the rest. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
No.
Mr. Newton?
No.
Mr. Bakari?
No, I guess.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Okay. All right, the substitute motion fails. That means we go back to the main motion, and the main motion was to defer 7. All right? Accept the report for everything except 7, and then come back to the council with health insurance, and I guess all A through F, or as it would be. So let's go back at this again. We'll start with Mr. Driggs.
Yes. I mean, we've got to approve something.
Okay, Mr. Bakari.
Sure, I like that reasoning. Yes, I'm in as well.
Mr. Newton.
Yes.
Ms. Johnson.
Yes.
Ms. Watlington.
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
All right, that's 6 yeses, but just to be sure, Mr. Eggleston.
Yes.
Mr. Winston.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira.
yes,
Ms. Iselt.
Yes.
Okay, so now we just have to come back on that. Thanks very much. Now, the next item is the Housing Task Force report. Do I have a motion to accept the Housing Task Force report?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second.
I would like to make a substitute motion to send the task force recommendations back to the task force this Thursday so they can be reviewed by the task force.
All right, Mr. Winston has a substitute motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
I just want to, Ms. Wyman, are you still in the room?
I'm sorry, is that Ms. Watlington?
Yes, yes, Councilman Watlington. I'm looking for Ms. Weidman. Is she still in the room? I just wanted to make sure I'm super clear about what the implications
She's
of,
here. We'll have to get her back in here. So just hold on a minute.
Okay.
We'll bring her, ask her to come back in. Okay, Miss, we're waiting. Just a minute.
Okay.
It won't be long. Okay. Ms. Watlington has a question, Ms. Weidman.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just hoping, I'm assuming that you were tuned in. I was hoping that you could give us a quick recap the same way that Mr. Cagle just did in terms of the impacts of deferring this on the work that's already ongoing. Just wanted to make sure I was crystal clear.
Sure. So what I would say, Ms. Watlington, the impacts are that we would continue to do the programs that you approved on April 13th. The impact would be that it would limit us at this point to assisting more people, and it would limit getting another SRO. It would slow the process for getting another SRO in the community.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? Any further discussion?
Well, not a discussion. I'm going to vote against it. We didn't take a formal vote, as I said earlier, and I told the committee that we would not take a formal vote and that we would work with staff, the management team, to coordinate the funds to the conversation we had as a committee. We talked about housing, rent relief, mortgage relief, homelessness over 3 meetings, and this is consistent with the framework that the task force approved. So I hope that you guys would approve it tonight. If not, we'll just approve it again on Thursday. But I mean, it's just it's a redundancy issue. I'm not sure why we're doing this, but
if I may respond, this is the first. This meeting tonight was the first that this council member and the task force member was made aware of this. We were just told that 137 these reports were emailed to us on the day of this meeting. I think it's only fair for transparency and accountability that the task force members are able to read and critique this before it comes to full council for the vote, no matter how many times the coordinator rolls his eyes.
Well, I'm not,
Mr. Winston.
I'm just saying, Mr. Winston, that I'm rolling my eyes because I'm dead tired. Tired of this debate as well, but that's here and there. We talked about this. This one, I'm a character.
Well, I got a question though. Mr. Winston, is there something specific that you are looking to get out that's different? I appreciate your concerns about transparency, well noted. I appreciate the principle, but I just want to understand, is there something that there is specific that you feel like maybe missing or that you're hoping to see?
There's $10 million that was presented to me that we're spending that has never even been discussed before tonight.
I hear that part.
So,
I'm
I mean,
asking about the content.
Okay, wait a minute. We can't talk over each other, please. I understand Ms. Watlington asked a question. I think, Mr. Winston, you answered it. So we have a substitute motion to defer the housing report. I'm going to go ahead and start doing the roster for the vote. I'll start with Mr. Graham.
Mitchell had a comment.
I'm sorry. What?
Mr. Mitchell was trying to be acknowledged.
I'm sorry. I did not see your hand. And okay. All right. So, Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. Hey, just a question for Pam. Pam, Councilmember Wallington asked you a question. You said something that it will slow down the process. Can you clarify that? Because I think they got a task force meeting on Thursday. We don't meet again to June 1st. Was there some action that would take place before June 1st? I didn't understand you say it would slow down the process.
Sure. So Mr. Mitchell, as far as the rent and the mortgage relief, what we endeavored to do was to go ahead and convene a meeting with the partners who are already in that space, in the rental and mortgage relief space. Again, we want to leverage this, so we want to go ahead and begin addressing the gap. So we wanted to convene a meeting with them, amend the contract to do just that. And then as far as the SRO, we need to get committed to that. So that the goal was to hopefully close in the next 60 to 90 days to commit our money. So that's what I mean by slowing the process.
But as a follow-up, if they meeting on Thursday and then they come back to council on June 1st, couldn't I still work into your timeline?
Yes, sir. It could work. We were just trying to be as immediate as we could.
Okay. No, thank you for that clarification. Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Mr. Graham, the substitute motion.
No.
Ms. Washington. What? Did I hear something else? Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Watlington.
I'm sorry, I'm a little lost. I'm supporting delay until Thursday. Is that a yay or a nay?
That's a yay.
All right.
All right. Ms. Johnson.
So I'm glad Councilmember Mitchell asked the question as far as the time frame, because I'm on that task force and I know it fits our mission, but as far as, wanting to provide assistance in rent and mortgage, but Councilmember Winston is correct. I feel that it's correct because there wasn't clear definition or that this was discussed, that these dollars were going to be presented and voted on. at council tonight. I think part of the confusion is the expectations for the task force. If Mr. Graham says that the task force doesn't vote, but another task force does vote to move things to council, that's part of the confusion. So it does feel like a lack of transparency, but I don't think that that's the intent.
That's not accurate. I'm sorry. We've been fully transparent in terms of what we're going to do, and I was very clear. But I mean,
I said that's not the intent. This is a great task force. The difference is that another task force voted to move things to council. I think that that's where the confusion or appearance of lack of transparency.
No, because I formed the task force, and I'm just putting on the record what we were doing and how we were doing it. So this is not a surprise, or should not be a surprise, how it came forward to the council. But again, please vote. I'm tired. I'm done.
I know you're tired. And I remember that one of the last questions in the task force meeting is, when are we going to vote on the money? And you said, and this is on video, and you said that there were going to be recommendations on at the city council meeting, the mayor or you were going to be making recommendations. But it was kind of an afterthought instead of a structure, and this is what's going to happen step by step. So I can understand where there was the lack of clarity. Anyway, so I would vote to send it back to the task force as well.
All right. Mr. Eggleston?
No.
All right. Mr. Winston?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Driggs? Mr. Driggs? Is Mr. Driggs still
I'm going to end
there?
up right back in the same place, so I'm a no to the deferral.
All right. I'm sorry, what did you say? He said no. Okay.
I said, I think we'll end up back in the same place, so I'm a no on the deferral.
Okay, so Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
All right. Mayor Pro Tem? One, two, three, 4, 5.
You're muted.
I think I have, oh, I'm sorry. Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm sorry. I am a no to the deferral. I'm not sure why it is I have all this information, why others don't, but
okay.
I'm a no to the deferral.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's 6 votes yes, so we'll go back to Mr. Newton.
Yes.
All right, that's a 5-6 vote to defer. Okay. All right, now we'll go to the small business task force. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Did I see a hand? Okay. All right. I didn't see anyone for this. Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton would like to be recognized.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the task force and staff for their hard work on this. I think it's fantastic that we're addressing the small business need in our community. It's been readily apparent for quite some time that our small businesses need the help. And at the same time, too, I just want to thank the task force and staff for also looking at making an appropriation to workforce development. We know that many folks have lost their jobs, and they're going to need to retool and pivot. And we have great organizations within our city that can partner with us on that. So I just want to thank the task force for their hard work, staff, and this comprehensive effort that's in front of us to vote on. So thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I was just going to also just say a thank you. I mean, you can thank a lot of people, but I want to thank particularly my committee members, Mr. Mitchell, Ms. Eisel, and Ms. Ajmira. In addition to all the great work from folks like Chad Turner and Vinay and Malcolm and all those folks, you guys we've been through a lot over the last month plus together. And the product is what it is today because of those arguments, those brainstorming sessions, all of those things. So we've got a lot more work to do. But to you, I say thank you. And to the small businesses and folks in the workforce waiting for help, it's coming. It's on the way.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor? Let's start out. Mayor Pro Tem?
Aye.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Woo! Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes, and only Smudgy could muster up that energy right now.
Okay. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes, indeed.
Ms. Johnson?
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Sure.
Okay. All right, we'll go back to the next item. So now we've approved the budget. We've adopted with the changes, adopted those portions or deferred one for the task force reports. Now the last item for this one is to authorize the city manager to execute the contracts and agreements related to the fund and to the task force reports that have been approved so far.
Move to approve.
Okay, I shouldn't have said that. I was joking about so far. It's actually to give the manager authority to execute the task force reports and the contracts for the remaining part of the funding. So please, let's start again with Mr. Driggs. Oh,
we have a second?
I need a second, please.
Yes, second.
All right, we have a second from Mr. Mitchell. Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston? Did I hear you say yes, Mr. Eggleston?
Yeah.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Newton? Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Okay, so the task force recovery report, I really like to say thank you for everything that's been written up. We're going to ask the staff to put this together as a one document so that we can all have it bound together, and they'll do some introduction, a little bit of the history of it, and put together a piece that perhaps could be submitted for some of the recognitions that we are doing. And I would hope that at some point we would be able to have a press conference so that we could actually talk about what we're doing publicly to the community, not just watching the sausage being made, but it's already made. So as soon as we can get 7 and in the airport and the back, I would love to have everything back by June so that we could begin to work on the applications that people have to do for housing and to resolve the concessionaire and retailers issue at the airport. I just really feel like that would help us get this done by June 1st, then we could go ahead and begin implementation on all of them. We'll start on the small business implementation right away, but even that's going to take some time. So as soon as we get resolution, we can start work. And work could mean after we get work done, then we can announce what will be the benefits to the public and have specific places that they can go to see the value of 50% of the CARES money coming out to the community. Okay, thank you guys. Let's go back to item 11, amend Chapter 18, Article 3 on the Stormwater Pollution Control Ordinance. Action to approve the amendments to the Stormwater Pollution Control Ordinance that was presented to you, I believe, at the last council meeting. Do I have a motion to approve? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, Mayor Pro Tem, we have a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Mr. Winston?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Why not?
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
All right, thank you. The next item on the agenda is to authorize the city manager, is item 13 on the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, authorizing the city manager to negotiate and approve a contract of up to $1,143,000 some change with RS&H Architects, Engineers, and Planner for the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and authorizing the manager to amend the contract consistent with the purpose for which the contract was approved. Do I have a motion?
Motion.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll start off with Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Watlington.
Yes.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is item 14, which is the North Carolina Clean Water State Revolving Loan Fund application to adopt a resolution authorizing Charlotte Water to apply for an additional loan funding from the NC Water State Revolving Loan Fund in an amount not to exceed $70,325,000. That's an exact number. I mean, really? I know, and some change, sorry. $70,325,678 for the construction of the McAlpine Creek Wastewater Management Facility Clarifier and Aeration Rehab Project, authorizing the manager to take the necessary steps to accept and complete the financing, including applying to the State Environmental Quality and Local Government Commission, an adopt a budget ordinance appropriating that same amount from the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. Do I have a motion?
So
Motion
moved.
approved.
We have a motion and a second.
Second.
Is there any discussion? All right, so we'll start out with Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Okay, unanimous. Item 15, appropriate private developer funds for Tuckasegee Road, Berry Hill Road, Thrift Road Roundabout Project, approved a developer agreement with 2317 Thrift Holdings for infrastructure changes, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $20,000 in private development funds. Do I have a
Move to
motion?
approve.
And a second?
Second.
All
Second.
right, any discussion? All right, Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yes.
Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mr. Graham.
Yes.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is an item 16, and I would like to have us approve A and not B. If we are still having virtual meetings, I think we need to figure out a process by which to, I'm sorry, did I skip one? I'm sorry, I skipped 6. I am on 16. I'm on 17. Sorry, wrong one. Let's go to 16. All right, excuse me, guys. This is another municipal agreement, item 16, for the new traffic signal. Accept private developer funds in the amount of $85,000 on behalf of the State Department of Transportation. Adopt a resolution authorizing the manager to enter into a municipal agreement with NCDOT, and adopt a budget ordinance appropriating $85,000. Do I have a motion?
Move to approve A, B, and C.
Okay, do I have a second? Thank
Second.
you. Let's start with Mr. Driggs,
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston,
Yep.
Mr. Bakari,
Yes.
Mr. Winston,
Yes.
Mr. Newton,
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira,
Yes.
Ms. Johnson,
Yes.
Ms. Watlington,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Ms. Isolt.
Yes.
All right, now, the next item is item 17, and when I reviewed this over the weekend, I realized that we do need to schedule the June 2020 council augmented virtual regular and budget meeting schedule. But on the second one, we had laid out some times that I don't think we're going to be able to accomplish, and we don't have a process. So I'd like to give a few minutes or take some time this week to decide how we can best conduct the evaluations for the city attorney and the city clerk. I think that those are the two that are immediate in June and July. The manager's is not until fall. So, and we also haven't talked about a process for doing this, and I'd like to make sure that we all have agreement on what we're doing. So could I have defer item B and have an action on item A for the schedule?
Move to approve A.
We got a motion and a second? We have a second?
Second.
Thank you. So, any discussion? Hearing no discussion. Mr. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Watlington?
Yes.
Ms. Johnson?
Yes.
Mr. Newton?
Yes.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes.
Mr. Driggs?
Yes.
Mr. Eggleston?
Yes.
Mr. Winston? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms.
Yes.
Ajmira?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
All right, that is the last item on our agenda. May I have a motion to
Motion to
adjourn?
close.
Second.
I have to have 6 votes. Can I have Ms. Isolt?
Yes.
Ms. Ajmira?
Yes.
Mr.
Yes.
Mitchell? Mr. Winston? Mr. Eggleston? Mr. Graham?
Yes.
And the remaining would say yes?
Yes.
Thank you
Yes.
very
Yes.
much, guys.
Amen.
Y'all drive safe. Bye-bye.
Everyone at noon.